Give me your Greetings, everybody. Man, my phone is so annoying. I don't know what's up with my phone, but it don't ever do shit the easy way. Thank you. Give me your ring. Give blue sea. Everything is delicious. I can tell you in 1,000 ways. We don't forget. We don't ignite. We set the table and set twice. We don't pray for peace. We become the stone. I know it's a dagger. Our answers are born. Rebellion is on the menu. Server agent, hot and fresh. With all the fixings. No matter again. Yes to the end. And blood red dessert for the mother children. Yes. She say rebellion is on the menu, served hot and fresh, baby. Let's go. Woo. Look at Maris, I've been trying to organize my books for the last 2 hours. Hey. Yes. Come on. She said pray for justice and break the law, baby. Let's go. Woo. Hey. Rebellion is food for all the mother's children. Come on. Yes. Hey. Somebody asked what we listening to. is one of the songs that Brother Power Kismet wrote. And yeah, there he is. Hey! I keep telling you, man, yo, everybody, Power Kismet is the one that gave us our jams. You feel me? Yes, let's go. She rewrites the law of everything. Every crown, but she won't bow down. She's the queen of the lost and found. She moves in the tide of the moon so grind. Roots run deep where her love inside. Oh, she's a storm in the silent turn. The fire that burns, watch the whole world burn. Oh, rise up, the tide in her veins. Moon child, breaker of chains. I don't know, that's as loud as that one will play. Let me put it in here. It's at Mojo KHAZ. But I will tell you, sometimes I have a hard time finding it that way. So you may have to put it in like, so that's the way it's listed. But you may have to put KAZ like that. But it'll be able to bring it up, and then just put view channel, and these are all the joints that he made for the temple. Power Kismet put in the comment section how people can download the joints, because I still haven't uploaded them to my Bandcamp yet. Put your 411 in there so people can download the tracks, yo. MamiWata, she be the law. Divine retribution, divine rectification, evolutionary justice. Mommy and I are one. We are the Furies. We are the EvoEmeTemp. Executors of the will. We are the hands of divine time. We are the weavers of heaven on earth. Under the mother's divine ring. We call our sacred covenant from the deep to ignite us in all sacredness. We are the faith. Hey. We are the glory. Yeah, executors of our will. It's a birthright. Harmony's our birthright. This is our birthright. Freedom is our birthright. This is her divine will and executors of her will. Hey. We are the glory. Calling executors of her will. We speak a will into okay, cool. He says that they are on Spotify and Pandora. He can't list the links here, but visit the channel and the links are in the descriptions for each video. We are the EvoEmeTemp, executors of her will. Executors of her will. Whoa, 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 Hey. Come on. I think I'm gonna play one more, maybe.
The architects of the new age now create the new institutions, the new traditions, the new culture, the new ways of being.
Did I play this already? I think I did. Did I play this already? Thank you for the donation, dear. Hey. No, I ain't played it. All institutions of hate and harm erected by the Godheads of war. We welcome the new age, dancing with her rage. Hear the mothers from Mommy and I are one, hey. Future now is one, hear our freedom song. Come the wind, come the storm, come the lightning. Capture and charge, oh God, is the war and no betrayers of the mother's divine will. Bring them in their confusion and war to immediate. Bring them to oblivion, never to be resurrected. We have the power, we have the voice. We are the portals of change. We employ our sacred breath. We give life and sacred blood to the sacred conspiracy. Mommy and I are one, Future now is one, Mommy and I are one, hear our freedom song. Mommy and I are one, Future now is one, Mommy and I are one, hear our freedom song. Hey, told y'all Power Kismet rolled out on these tracks. Hey. Primordial dark, we summon the sacred serpent. Deep from within the earth, we subdue the rock sun. We control the light, we heal the harm. We embolden the fearful, we instill courageous action. We the weavers, we were rising. All our enemies be dying. Kundalini just stay winding. We the weavers, we were rising. All our enemies be dying. yeah. Kundalini just a winding. Whoa. Them say Kalima rising. Oh yeah. We the weavers be rewriting. Whoa. All our enemies be dying. Oh yeah. Kundalini just a winding. Whoa. Them say Kalima be rising. Oh yeah. We the weavers be rewriting. Whoa. All our enemies be dying. Oh yeah. Kundalini just a winding. Whoa. All right, y'all. Y'all hype enough? Oh my gosh. Yes. About tempted to play them all, but I'll go ahead. Everybody in the room now, everybody up in here. Okay, let me pull this out. Now, yeah, let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something, okay? All right. I might have to close my front door. It's around this time of day they start flying these helicopters over here. It's so low it sounds like in a damn war zone and shit. Okay. How's everybody doing? Are y'all amazed that I actually came back? Okay. Okay. So we have a lot to cover. But I want to because I'm gonna be all over the place. What's the hype button? What's the hype button? Man, there's so much I still need to learn about this shit. What's the hype button? Nina La Negra says, if you see the hype button, smash it. It boosts the algorithm. So I'm assuming she talking to y'all, homies. So like, smash the hype button. Okay. All the things. Yeah, let's go. Okay. So I was looking for something else this morning. I don't even remember what. I don't even remember how I got to this place. But it's very short, and I thought I would share it with you because it kind of tickled me, and I had never heard of it. And apparently it was a pretty significant it's apparently it was a pretty significant period in history, and it had such an impact on Rome that they decided to write it out of history. I don't remember how it came up, but I'm just gonna go ahead. What was I looking at? I remember exactly how I ended up on it. So I watched this video yesterday about all of these young women, like super young, you know what I'm saying, who what the video was about was young women who regret going into digital sex work, primarily OnlyFans. So this video was all these girls trying to talk young women out of becoming OnlyFans content creators, right? And so the narrator of the video, he just pulled a bunch of videos together of these girls making these confessions about how they wish somebody would have talked them out of it. You know, it just seemed like easy money, whatever. And they were all, it's really interesting because I don't think any of them were over 30. I think most of them were like 21 to like 26. They were young. But the thing they kept saying was they weren't really, you know, a couple of them mentioned like, you know, I wasn't really thinking about, you know, what the negative impacts could be. Like if I didn't want to do this anymore and wanted to get a job, or, you know, or if I meet a guy, you know, will he search my name, and, you know, this fingerprint that I've left on the internet, will it come up, and, you know, that kind of stuff. But several girls were talking about the negative emotional impact that it had on them, that even though they felt like, one girl was just saying that she felt like parasitic. That was interesting. There were several girls who were communicating like, and one girl said why. She said that even though these guys, you know, were obviously paying her, you know, to see her nude or whatever their little shtick was, she said, but it's happened so many times where she ends up like most women who work on the streets. She ends up being a therapist for these dudes. That these dudes talk to her about how lonely they are, you know, or you know, how they're just looking for a connection that they can't find or whatever. And so this one girl was like, you know, I started feeling like messed up. Like if these guys have addictions because they are quote lonely, here I am, you know, exploiting their addiction. I was like, wow. Like I said, none of these girls were over 30. I just thought it was interesting. So anyway, while I'm watching the video, I decide to go on over to open up a little tab so I could search the etymology for the word prostitution or prostitute, right? And, you know, it came up, but it came up, like the etymology came up, but also this event in Roman history called Saeculum, let's see, my writing is terrible. Oh, Saeculum obscurum. Saeculum obscurum, which translates to the dark age, not ages, the dark age or the dark century. I was like, what is that? It goes on to say it's more this period of time. Its more popular name is the rule of the harlots, the rule of the harlots, the rule of the prostitutes, or the pornocracy. The pornocracy. Like an actual thing. So I'm about to read it to you. So I think I might have even left the tab open. Okay, so what had happened was this period called the pornocracy, or the rule of the harlots, or the rule of the prostitutes. Hold on, there was another name too. Hold on. Where was that? The dominating rule and influence of prostitutes. This was the 10th century. Okay. So apparently, this period of time, what it basically was it dominated the first 2/3 of the 10th century. So that whole 100 years, the pornocracy lasted from 896 AD to 964 AD. So 2/3 of the entire 10th century. Okay. And it began it began with the death of Pope Formosus in 1896. Okay. So what had happened was okay, let's see. You know what? I have it open. Let me just It was great. I just want to read it to you. I don't want to miss anything. I wrote some bullet points down, but I just want to read it to you because I was like, how have we never heard about this? Okay, let's see. Let me share the screen. I'm not going to bring myself back up so I can just read through. Let's see. Where is that? Mm-mm. Mm. 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 Oh, there it is. Maybe I should read this one. Let me read this one first. All right. So those of you that are tuning in, you might join us over here on YouTube. And of course, so I have to do it like this. Let's try it like that. I gotta rig my because it's in the perfect, good, awesome. Okay. So all right. So the name of the article on medievalist.net is The Woman Who Ruled the Papacy. The papacy is a very male dominated institution. However, for several years, it was a woman who held true power over the popes in Rome. The years were, 896 to 9 Obscurum, the dark age for the papacy. The dark age for the papacy. Oh my God. It was a time of chaos and corruption with 20 popes on the throne, and most of them having their reigns and lives radically shortened by murder. Okay. The papacy had lost much of its prestige with the splintering of the Carolingian Empire in the 9th century. Rome was largely left to rule itself. Moreover, Romans were largely left to choose who would be the Pope of the Roman Catholic Church. Soon enough, local elites began to fight each other for power and to make their man would be the next pope. The Saeculum Obscurum began not so much with the troubled reign of Pope Formosus, but with his death and subsequent trial. Yes, his corpse was put on trial by Pope Stephen the Sixth. Is that right? Yeah, the Sixth in 896. In what is infamously called the Cadaver Synod or Synod. Stephen himself was strangled to death a few months later, one of many popes to be violently killed. It was during this time that a woman named Merosia entered the scene. Born between 890 and 892, she was the Theophylacte, Count of Tusculum, and of Theodora, a senatrix, and Serenissima Vesteratrix. Okay, so let me tell you what those are, because this is starting a little bit down the line. Okay, so a senatrix is a female senator. Okay, the Serenissima Vesteratrix is, which literally translates to the most serene dresser. So apparently, this was a high title and rarely given to women. This woman would dress the Pope, would select the garments for the Pope to wear, right? So those were her titles. Okay. This couple, uh, let's see. This couple, Theodora and Theophylact, had risen to dominate Roman politics and made their share of enemies. One of them was Liutprand of Cremona, a diplomat and historian, shameless harlot who of Rome, and not in an off to Alberic I, Duke of Spoleto. Okay, so continued to dominate to 928. Decided that he could challenge Marozia. She responded by marrying another of his rivals, Guy Margrave of Tuscany, and dragged the pontiff back to the Castel Sant'Angelo, where he was imprisoned. A few wickedly suffocated him, end quote. At this point, Marozia knew who she wanted. By this point, Marozia knew who she was a little too young. So she had Leo V and Stephen VII, Leo VI and Stephen VII keep. Oh my God. She had Leo VI and Stephen VII keep the chair warm until she had both of them killed. And in 931, her son, now in his early 20s, became Pope John XI. Power of a woman. As we read in the prophet, the women dominate Jerusalem, end quote. Early 932, she proposed a marriage with a longtime adversary, Hugo from the Pope. One historian remarks, quote, Marozia of all people could have he had another son, Alberic, the son of her first husband, Alberic the his life previous to this, and probably feared his mother and her new husband. Her son making this declaration to the city. Woo, he was mad. The dignity of the Roman city is led to such depths of stupidity that it now obeys the base. Then the city of Rome should perish by the impurity of one woman. And the one-time slaves of the Romans, the Burgundians, should rule the Romans. If he hits my face, that is the face of his stepson, and what is more, when he is a recently arrived guest, end quote. He was Roman population rose up in rebellion and laid siege to Castel Sant'Angelo. King Hugo escaped by climbing down its walls with a rope, but Marozia and John the 12th serving from 955 to 964. This time has been called by historians the pornocracy. Marozia would fade away. Perhaps it became the inspiration for the myth of Pope Joan. But from what we know about her, she deserves to be seen as one of the most fascinating women of the Middle Ages. So, and then Wikipedia had, let's see what y'all talking about over here. Dang, y'all couldn't see it? Y'all couldn't see nothing I was reading? Is it still buffering? Is it still buffering? Dang, what the heck? It's showing fine over here. Can y'all see me? Hello? Thumbs up? Yes. That's so weird. Okay. It's probably because I got like 30. It's probably doing that because I got like 30. Got like 30 tabs open. I was trying to show y'all earlier today, so it's probably that. So anyway, I do I'll just tell you, I'll just read. I won't change over to the screen. But during this same period, right? Now that article called it a myth, but there's a whole page about, quote, Pope Joan, right? So this, she wasn't, she was given a, because her story was so popular, she was written out of papal history. So y'all can't hear me on IG? Like, what the hell is going on? Can y'all hear me? Yes? No? Can y'all hear me on YouTube? Okay. All right. So, all right. Okay. So during the same period, right, the rule of the harlots, okay, there was a pope who was, once she was revealed and the scandal was so scandalous, she was written out of the papal, the papal list. Okay. So when she was pope, of course, she could not be a she. So let me just read this. Okay. This woman disguised herself as a man. Okay. Dang. I want to hold on. I am going to open it. Hey, QB. All right. Here she is. Hopefully it won't mess up too bad. Let's see. Okay, Pope Joan. Her papal name was Pope John the Seventh. Pope John the Seventh. As a matter of fact, they said, let me just read it because it's short. Pope Joan was a woman who purportedly reigned as a popess, a female pope, for 2 years during the Middle Ages. Her story first appeared in the Chronicles in the 13th century and subsequently spread throughout Europe. The story was widely believed for centuries, but most modern scholars regard it as fictional. Hold on. Okay. Most versions of her describe her as a talented and learned woman who disguised herself as a man, often at the behest of a lover. In the most common accounts, owing to her abilities, she rose through the church hierarchy and was eventually elected pope. Her sex was revealed when she gave birth during a procession, and she died shortly after, either through murder or natural causes. The accounts that later church processions avoided this spot, and that the Vatican removed the female pope from its official lists and crafted a ritual to ensure that future popes are male. Pope Joan's existence was generally accepted as true up until the 16th century. Now, she was supposedly pope from 855 to 857. And it wasn't until the 16th century that the story was changed to make her fictitious. Okay. And so anyway, Pope Joan's existence was generally accepted as true until the 16th century, when several religious groups called the story into question. Until then, Joan was used as an exemplum in Dominican preaching and figured in books published in the Papal States. The Siena Cathedral, finished in 1263, featured a bust of Joan among other popes until 1600, when her depiction was repurposed into that of a male pope. So from 1263 to 1600, that's 400 years, There was a bust of her among the other popes in this cathedral. And then in 1600, they turned her bust into a male pope. Okay? Let's see. So anyway, yeah, there you go. A female pope and two, actually, what I read was there were three rulers, female rulers of the papacy. It was Theodora, her oldest daughter, Theodora the second, and Marosia. All three of her daughters at one time ruled the papacy, y'all. Gave them hell. You feel me? As a matter of fact, her youngest daughter, Mirosa, gave herself the title Senatrix Omnium Romanarium, which means senator of all Romans. Also, they called this period the heterocracy, the government of mistresses. Oh my God. I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one getting tickled off of that, but that little diversion lifted my spirits yesterday. It sure did. Mm-hmm. It sure did. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Greetings, Lavina, poetic empress. Let's see. Yes. Yes. Nina La Negra says part of the ritual, popes had to sit on a chair with a hole in it and let their dingleberries hang down to prove their maleness. Yep. They're happy. Okay. So let's get it. Let's get it cracking. Let's get it popping, Kalima. Oh yeah. All right. Which notes? Yeah. Got so many notes for y'all. But let's close that one. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. All right. So yesterday when I'm so hungry. Yesterday when I was getting ready to leave, I told y'all to watch any of the reviews that people have been doing on the movie Project Hail Mary, to be ready to come back and see if anything stood out for you after our pretty long, discussion about some of the overtly obvious symbolism hidden in the movie. And I haven't even seen the movie. I just saw a 15-minute review of the movie. And I was like, oh my God. First of all, the first thing I said is these dudes that think they run everything, they desperate. Because it was a lot. It was a lot. Did anybody catch anything that they want to share with me? Did anybody even do the assignment? Did anybody go and watch any reviews about this movie that just came out on the spring equinox, Project Hail Mary? Anybody? I'm only going to give it a minute or two. Anybody? Nope. Nobody? I really want to just show you the clip because it's so obvious. So before I got up off of here today, awesome. Nina La Negra, share, please. She says she watched one of the previews. So So tell me, did you see anything that stood out? Tell me, share, girl. Tell me. I wish there was a way I could bring you on the screen. Cliff's Notes version. Tell me what you saw. There's something I want to tell you, and I'm like, should I give it away, or should I wait till people go and see it, or should I wait till people like oh, I just want to tell you, damn it. Yes, Nina La Negra. Yes, yes. It didn't look like it. It's what it was. I couldn't believe how overt it was. Okay, so what she said is at some point the scientist looked like he was being birthed. It was a lot of circles in the preview. Okay, so look what had happened. Okay, since she said it, since it came through, there's the scene where, okay, I told y'all we spent 2 days talking about the 911. It was going to be 11.9 years for him to get to this star, right? So he's in like cryo sleep or whatever. And when he wakes up and you are like, you, the observer, are like looking straight down at him. So this is me laying on my back. The camera is looking straight down at him, right? And he has awakened and he has unzipped, but the zipper goes this way. He has unzipped the container that is holding him while he's in cryo sleep. Okay. Now, typically we see cryo sleep like chambers that just look like little tubes that you lay in with like a little bed. That's not what his cryo chamber looked like. His cryo chamber had that, but that was like the external part. There was an internal part that was like on him, like he was vacuum sealed or something, right? So he unzips the bag that he's in, and the top of the zipper where you can see the eye is literally hanging on his face. Okay. His hair has grown long because he's been in cryo sleep for 11.9 years. So his hair is very long and like in his face like this, right? And he's got this big old beard and mustache like this. And the cryo bag is further mushing his hair. So his hair, his head hair, and his facial hair, and his beard hair has him looking literally like he's in a big pink mandorla. How the bag is pink. The bag that he is in is pink with this much of his face surrounded by hair, like hairy vagina, surrounded by hair, and then the bag looks like a mandorla, and the zipper is so big and so obvious it's dangling right here on his head like a clitoris. I said, they better stop playing. I said, God. And he's wet. He's like wet. The bag is pink. Okay. I said, see, they play in y'all face. Because even the guy who is doing the review that I saw, I was like, he ain't gonna say nothing about this dude unzipping himself in this out of this wet, very wet, this very wet pink bag, looking like he's surrounded by a hairy vajayjay. He just gonna skip over that part, child. And then I told you that when the guy finally wakes up, he can't remember anything. So he doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know how he got there. He doesn't know who he is. Right. And so I guess that's like the side effects of the cryo state, the cryogenic state. And so slowly through muscle memory, and this guy actually talks about this in his review, that he's still struggling trying to remember. His memory is not coming back quick. Then the little crescendo happens, and in this thing that happens, I don't want to give it away in case you want to watch it, but the guy talks about how even though he's still struggling a lot with his memory, there are certain things that happen where you can see that his muscle memory is like, what's the word he used? Is like, is compensating for the fact that his memory is gone. Isn't that deep? Yo, but anyway, I'm not gonna go watch the movie, but I'll probably watch it when it comes out on one of these streaming services. But I brought all of that up, and I've been talking about it for some time because that scene, those two main scenes that I talked to you about, when the redheaded woman comes to his classroom, and the first thing that she says is, "Our son is dying." Now I'm gonna tell you, this movie is called Project Hail Mary. The scientist who is going to, quote, save humanity, his name is Grace. Okay? His name is Grace. Hail Mary is the name of the ship that he is on. Okay? So, Hail Mary, the ship, the faceless, nameless, lifeless ship. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. I said, man, all right, okay. So the Savior is born after 11.9 years traveling in utero. In utero. And I probably am going to have to watch this movie because there is another major character in the movie. If you've seen the previews, you already know who the major character is. But I find it interesting that so whatever. The major character in the movie is this intelligent life form that he nicknames Rocky. Okay. So Rocky, I think Rocky can only communicate through like responding to sounds and making sounds, but not like speaking, like ding, 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 like tech, like what do you call it? Tectonic, like when things hit things, like that's how he communicates, right? Rocky can only survive in the environment that Grace is in while he is in this little in utero bag, sacred geometric bag looking thing. And it is not lost on me that I'm going to have to watch it so I can assess the role of Rocky. Okay. Because Rocky is a very important special intelligence. And so a big part of it is learning how to communicate with each other when they have no frame of reference. They don't have any frame of reference on how to communicate with each other. So apparently a big part of that movie is learning how to communicate between each other when they have no frame of reference whatsoever. No letters, no sounds, nothing. There's a frame of reference for them to learn to communicate. But it is not lost on me that the ship is called Hail Mary, right? And then he meets the little rock person that has no face, lips, it just looks like a pile of rocks with rock legs and rock feet. As a matter of fact, and I've seen this before. So now I'm like puzzling. I'm like, okay, well, what's the significance of the little rock creature? Because that rock creature, for people who do not know, There was a movie that came out in 1999, I think, 2000, called Galaxy Quest. Hella funny. Every time I watch it, it's still funny. Hella funny. And there's a scene in Galaxy Quest where they have to go get this beryllium sphere, and the main character, who's like this haughty guy, has to fight a rock monster. But the rock monster was massive. He was giant, right? So now I'm like, damn, he looked like a little mini version of the rock monster from Galaxy Quest. So I'm like, what's the significance? Let's just see Barbara Walker got to say. Is that 50? 35. Let's see what Barbara Walker got to say about that, because I'm sure she got something to say. Okay. Hmm. 346. Well, look at that. Well, yeah, I told you she was gonna have something to say about it. 523 too. Let me see what that's saying. Well, look at that, because it was not lost on me. I was like, it's got to be related, because the savior of the world, the savior of humanity, is in a ship called Hail Mary for 11.9 years. So his mama, for 11.9 years of gestation, is faceless, nameless, spiritless, right? Then the intelligent creature that he comes into contact with, too, is faceless, nameless. So he starts to call him Rocky, because he, in their communication, can't figure out what his name is. So he starts to call the little faceless, featureless rock formation Rocky. Well, listen to what our teacher here, Barbara G. Walker, has to say. Child, I quit. I quit. It's like the more we learn, the more mad I get at how overtly they be playing in our face. I quit. God damn it. Okay, so the first time she mentions the stones is actually, you know what? Let me read the last one first. Okay. So for those of you who have the book, the Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects, I'm on page 523. Somebody asked earlier. I'm on page 523. What does she have to say about the stone? Many traditions and myths point to humankind's long-established habit of worshiping unusual stones as divine spirits, particularly the spirits of female ancestors or goddesses. The Hebrew Bethel, house or embodiment of a deity, the Hebrew Bethel, house or embodiment of a deity, was a cognate of Greek betulos or betel, a standing stone. Parsonius said the three Cherites, or the three graces, y'all. When I say they be playing in your face, what did I say? This white boy name is Grace. Okay? This white boy in the movie, his name is Grace. Hail Mary is the name of the ship. For those of you who are not Catholic and do not know, we talked about the Catholic prayer yesterday, and the first two lines says, Hail Mary, full of grace. She full of grace, because great, they call the grace Jesus. Jesus is the one that grants grace. So Hail Mary, just the vessel, just the vessel. What did we talk about earlier today? What does vesica Pisces mean? Vessel of the fish. vessel of the fish. So she just the vessel. She just the vessel. Hail Mary, that is full of grace. Literally, the white boy name is Grace. Okay. What else does the prayer go on to say? Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Remember, I was saying yesterday, I said, you see how subtle that is? When a woman is pregnant, what do we say? She is with child, not the child is with her, right? She is with child. But they flipped it to give importance and centrality to the child. The Lord, her child, the Lord who lives in her body and could not live without her body, the Lord is with thee. You, not even your name. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. That's why she blessed. The prayer even goes on to say something. Blessed is she among women. Why did they have to make that distinction? Blessed is she among women. Because have God tell it, she is just as filthy as any other woman. Why? What? Why did they say blessed is she among women? Because every woman at that time could do exactly what she did. Hold a baby in her body till the baby could live outside her body. So there had to be a way to distinguish her among the lowly women. You feel me? And that is because she is full of grace. Anyway, so here, Barbara G. Walker, in the Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects in 1983, she wrote this book. Says, yeah, bitch, the reason that his homie in the movie had to be a rock, had to be a faceless creature, a faceless, nameless creature that he had to name. Didn't we talk about that yesterday? The power of naming and how envious the early patriarchal priests were of the power to name. He got the name. He got to name. He has to name. He has to name the rock creature because the rock creature cannot communicate for himself what his name is. Oh, dang. Listen, let me tell y'all, I love y'all. Y'all be spoiling me. Y'all really, really, really do. Okay. How about the homie Shanta J, who it was shout? Oh yeah, she left the $10 donation at the opening when we was jamming on the music, and she just sent me a text talking about, I heard you say you was hungry. I got somebody delivering food to you in just a minute, so you might have to stop your live so you can go pick up the food. I'm like, what? Come on in the room. Thank you so much. What a blessing. That's so wonderful. Damn it. Oh my gosh. That's so wonderful. So anyway, the thing is that the woman, the quote, Mary, the Hail Mary ship, nameless, faceless. Didn't we talk about this earlier today? About how God has been reduced to a machine, and anytime you see any movie where there are robots, androids, AI, artificial, whatever, this and that, that it is talking about women. I don't care. That generally humans, but more specifically, it is talking not only about women, about Black women. Somebody's going to have a problem with that, but I'm trying to tell you, whenever they tell these stories about the irrational fear of AI, machines, robots, androids, quote, becoming sentient and self-aware, this bullshit that they be driving down your throat. So I think that the AI is going to reach singularity by 2030. They are articulating a fear of what they have already experienced. See, they experienced a very long and fruitful period where they were able, through the most diabolically wicked and violent means transform human beings, transform God into nameless, faceless, spiritless, soulless, emotionless machines, no different than a conveyor belt that's just spinning out commodities, that's just spinning out wealth, that's just spinning out wealth, that's just spinning out wealth. Black female bodies, Black uterus holding human beings. If you want me to get deeper about it, these mythologies that exist in every single solitary culture. Man, I'm gonna have to digress for a minute. These mythologies that literally exist all the way back to the oldest writing that we have access to, the Sumerians, 6,000 years ago. You know, as a matter of fact, let me pull out Barbara Moore too. Because I was telling y'all, I didn't go into it deep because I've got so much I'm trying to cover, but it's all related. In the Great Cosmic Mother, let me see if I can find it quick. In the Great Cosmic Mother, when she starts talking about the early transition from matriarchal societies to patriarchal societies, there is a chapter called, it's like halfway in the book. The chapter is called, I believe it's called The Olympian Male. It might be the chapter before that. Yeah, I think it yeah, it's a little further up. Okay. Yes. Let me tell you about time. Ooh, my whole body is buzzing. I don't know if you remember a story I told you guys a little bit ago about how I've been having these moments where I was telling you guys a story, totally seemingly unrelated, right? About how bad the pollen is here in Los Angeles, right? I was saying, you know, all these years growing up in Alabama, and you would hear these songs coming out of California about like this whole culture of incessant car washing. Like, what's her name? I forget, Sheryl Crow, and all I want to do is have some fun. I got a feeling. There's a lyric in there that says, what does she say? I got a feeling I'm not the only one. The good people of the world are washing their cars on their lunch break, hosing and scrubbing as best they can in skirts and suits. They drive their shiny Datsuns and Buicks, and something in the car wash too. And then somebody else reminded me, car wash, whoa, 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 talking about the car wash. I was like, dang. It wasn't until I got to California, to Los Angeles, that I realized why car washes, you know, are talked about so often in songs coming out of California, because the pollen in this city is the most relentless it's like a whole creature on its own, diabolical. Wash your car, 2 days later you have a big old yellow fuzzy blanket on your car. It's deep. Like, not only is it deep, I live in West Hollywood, and you will literally have to drive around sometime to find a car wash that is not packed to the brim with, or a line all the way down the side of the road to get your car washed. It's a real thing. While I was telling this story, that was seemingly unrelated. I was saying that when I got to the city, it wasn't until I got here that I realized why the culture of car washes I said, but the other thing, as an acupuncturist, it helped to inform me why everybody in this city has some level of respiratory conditions. Y'all have been hearing me and that never ever happened until I moved to this city, because I said it's literally like breathing underwater, but instead of breathing underwater, you are breathing under pollen. And I said, oh shit. That instant, I was like, oh my God. I said, what if the story that I'm about to tell you now, the story that the Sumerians told 6,000 years ago about what caused the flood? Does anybody remember what the cause of the flood was based on Sumerian tradition? Anybody? One word, 2 words. Does anybody know what caused the great flood according to Sumerian tradition? Anybody? Anyone? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Anybody know? Am I talking to myself? Is my screen still acting janky? Okay. So according to this story, I think it's Enki. I'm about to read it to you. I think it's Enki, who is the son of Inanna, queen of heaven. Okay. And he is the most perfect and the most beautiful of her creations, her son. She is God. She is queen of heaven and earth. So he is born with all the power of his mother, except one. He cannot give birth. And so time goes on and he becomes jealous. He becomes envious of this one thing that he cannot do that his mother can. And so in an attempt to do what she does, the one thing he can't do that she does, out of all the gifts that she gave him, he attempts to give birth. The way that he attempts to give birth is to masturbate and impregnate the planet. Okay? I'm just telling you, this is my hood rendition, but that's what happened. He takes his celestial ejaculate all over the earth and attempts to impregnate the planet so that he can give birth. Okay? This thing that he does, I guess because it was so much, causes the waters of the seas and oceans to overflow, and this is what gives rise to the first flood. Remembering this story, talking about LA in a split second, saying, oh shit, what if that story was not some rigid story of some set period of time in the past? What if it is an astrological foretelling of a period in the future where the semen caused by the war god, the sun, gone rogue in his hatred of the mother? What if the semen that caused the flood was not a past tense event, but if y'all don't pay attention, this has the potential to happen in the future event where you will be drowning in the semen of the sun gone rogue. And everybody on the live was like tripping out, right? I was like, walk with me though. I said, what is causing these massive blooms? It's not just here. People have allergies all over the country. It seems like everybody got a goddamn allergy during, quote, allergy season, as if there is a such thing. You feel me? And depending upon where you are in the country, it's just really pronounced here because it's so dry. Okay. But no matter where you go, everybody is talking about these mega blooms of pollen, okay, causing these allergies, right? Well, pollen is semen. Pollen is semen. And the reason that pollen is blooming crazy out of control, especially here, all of Southern California, which is essentially desert now, apparently, I didn't even notice till I came out here. Apparently, from like the central area of the state all the way down to Mexico, were orange groves as far as the eye could see. Apparently, orange groves, massive, massive, massive orange groves. Well, once the city started to industrialize and apparently the orange groves, they kept the orange groves around up until like 30, 40 years ago. So up until like 30, 40 years ago, there was orange groves. You could just literally go and pick oranges off the trees. And so because capitalism is the monstrous, maniacal bitch that it is, started to spray the female trees, either cut them down or spray them to cause them to be infertile. The trees, the female trees. So you have all of these male trees producing pollen and no female trees to take in the pollen, to capture the pollen, to reproduce the trees, to reproduce the fruit. And so, in the absence of female trees, because of this imbalance, the male trees won't just, okay, I'm going to need to go to the gate and pick up my food. The male trees won't just produce pollen, they will, in detecting a crisis, will overproduce pollen, seeking female trees to capture the pollen. Pump the brakes. Hold on. That's exactly why. And it's happened at such a mass scale. Sister in the comment section says, this is why we barely see fruit trees anymore, especially in the South, especially in Florida, California, places like that. We're just 20 years ago, man. Florida, just 20 years ago. You could literally go from house to house to house, literally. Now, I'm not talking about nothing I have not done, with a basket and get grapefruits off one tree, lemons off one tree, limes off one tree, avocados off one tree, mangoes off another tree, papayas off. I mean, literally, you could look down a whole neighborhood street and just see fruit trees all along both sides. And in no time, they killed all the trees, because the last thing capitalism wants is for people's needs to be met. You understand? So let me take a bite of this. Thank you, Shanta J. You wonderful. This is like the dopest thing ever. Yes, let's go. Okay. So I got on that because, again, I'm really, really fighting. I'm really, really struggling to help us every day, all day, recognize that the way we understand time is one, if not the biggest issue. The biggest issue, in my estimation, is how time has been so manipulated and so intricately and efficiently manipulated that we never look back. Excuse me. We never look back. I think we talked about that a little while ago too. Like all of these stories throughout history telling you, don't look back, right? Don't look up, don't look back, right? Oh God. Yes. That tastes like love. So do. All right. So, the reason I'm saying that, all of this anyway, is because maybe last week, I was talking to you about at nauseum, really, about the am I going to go over that? Oh, let me do it this way. This was a while ago, but I was talking to you about the letter S. This was the piece I was using, and I kind of went into this deep dive about why was Hitler so obsessed? Man, this glare is crazy. Shit. Can y'all see that? Bullshit. Why was Hitler so obsessed with the letter S? And I was using my yin-yang theory with the letter S highlighted in red with the little quote quarter string, and how this was also a representation of the sun's movement in and out of the northern and southern hemisphere to give us our seasons. And it literally looks like the biblical cross that Moses had with a serpent. With the serpent along it, right? This long, pervasive history of the significance of the letter S. And I was like, that's what got me on this whole Hitler thing and his obsession with the letter S, the SS Army, his version of the swastika being two S's superimposed on one another because they're right facing, like the letter S, right? And then he was also, white nationalists will use 88 as their code for Heil Hitler, right? And it is because if you take two S's and mirror image impose them on each other, meaning one facing the right way and one facing the opposite way, then it gives you an 8. Two S's gives you an 8, right? And why did I bring that up? Damn. Why did I bring that up? I was talking about the semen in the flood time. That's how I got on that, right? So I got on that with the S's, and then I was like, all right, well, you can draw an 8 with two opposing facing S's, as a matter of fact, like this and that and such and such. This is two S's, mirror image S's, superimposed on each other to give you what looks like an 8, right? Or the infinity symbol. Because that angular wobble on our axis that allows for the sun to create seasons for us doesn't just apply to our planet. That angular wobble of the earth in its rotation around the sun, but also its rotation around the sun as our solar system is moving through our galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy. So this is how we are able to tell time based on our planet's angular wobble through the Milky Way galaxy, what people call the precession of the equinoxes. As a matter of fact, like this. Okay, so this going this direction is our annual move through the year. This represents a year, right? But if we are going backwards, this is called the great year. And so each time you move through one house, that's 2,150 years. It takes our planet. It's not our sun. It's our planet that is the focus. It is, what do they call it? A geocentric understanding of our move through the cosmos. Okay, so two things can be true at the same time. Our solar system is heliocentric, but our galaxy is based on us, not our sun. Our move through the galaxy is geocentric. Do you hear what I'm telling you? I don't think y'all know how profound what I am telling you is. Because several of these attempts, these successful attempts by patriarchs in power, attempting to manipulate time, like I went off ad nauseum about Constantine I and the Council of Nicaea, and then literally, quote, rectifying time, they had to change because they were trying to rectify Easter. Easter is not just based on our relationship to the sun. In order to forever rectify the relationship of Easter so that it didn't correspond with the Passover, they had to literally change the cosmos. And we talked about this a lot when we created the global conspiracy to right all wrongs. But they had to quote what they called rectifying time, changing time, splitting time in half, BC and AD, and not just from the perspective of the earth and time on earth, but our relationship to the whole galaxy. Okay. And so when you're doing the precession of the equinoxes, we are actually circling the galaxy backwards, but the galaxy does not look like this. This is just a way for us to see it. The galaxy looks like this. The galaxy looks like this, and not just this straight across. It looks just like it looks in this relationship on Earth with the sun. And because they didn't want you to know how to read the stars, they had to take it a step further. So how many degrees are in a circle? How many degrees are in a circle? It's not a trick question. 360 degrees is in a circle. Okay. 360 degrees in a circle, right? And then you have how many seconds in a minute? $60. And how many minutes in an hour? I wrote that wrong. Wait, shit. Oh shit, I did that wrong. My bad. So 1 hour, 60 seconds, right? Oh shit, 60 minutes, bleh. And 1 minute, 60 seconds, right? But for some reason, even though we travel around the sun, which is a sphere, right? And so logically, we should be having 360 days. We should be having 360 days if we're circling a perfect sphere. But we don't have 360 days in a year because at the Council of Nicaea, they proceeded in the reckoning of time to add 5 extra days to every year from 325 AD to henceforth. So right now we are told that there are 365 days in a year, but prior to Constantine, there were 360 days a year. Isn't that insane? Isn't that something? Isn't that like the most audacious shit you ever heard in your whole life? That prior to Constantine, quote, reckoning the calendar to rectify Easter so it didn't correspond with the Jewish Passover, that they added 5 extra days to every year. Last year was the 1700th anniversary of the count, 1700 years. The 1700th anniversary of the Council of Nicaea. Last year was. And we tried to figure it out, but I'm not a math person, about what that means. How many years? Like, what does that mean for our time, even our perspective of time? But they did that on purpose. It wasn't just about rectifying time to compensate, to like rectify Easter, whatever. Because this thing that we call the precession of the equinoxes. So this is the Milky Way galaxy, right? Not looking at it straight where you see like a little spiral, but looking at it if you was looking at it like this, right? This is the Milky Way galaxy. What does it say? That what were we talking about with Isis? Because who is the Milky Way galaxy? Who is the Milky Way galaxy in Kemetic tradition? Who is the Milky Way? Hathor. the great cow of heaven, which is a perfect segue into what I was going to read you before I started talking about semen and pollen. A perfect segue. Because what does she say? I am all that was, that is, and that will be. I am the Alpha and the Omega, right? The beginning and the end. Where is the beginning? Where is the end in the infinity symbol that is our Milky Way galaxy? That's why she said that. I am, I have been, always, will be, am in the present, and will always be, because this is infinite. The great cow of heaven. Right? And so in our procession of the equinoxes, traveling backwards through the signs while traveling let me say it this way, traveling annually counterclockwise through the houses, and by ages or eons traveling clockwise through the great Hathor. Okay. Now, the problem is that this, our move, our transition, the observation of it all is mathematically precise, extraordinarily scientifically and mathematically precise. So why is it that since 1934, people have been guessing what age we're in? Why, if this is mathematically precise among all the calendars, among everywhere on Earth, how all of a sudden nobody on Earth knows exactly the day that we transition from one sign or age to the next? Why is that? Why don't we know what age we in? Because I don't know if you all have been hearing, but for some time now, for several years now, there has actually been a debate about are we actually in the age of Aquarius, or especially with Vedic astrologers, because the general consensus among Vedic astrologers is that we're actually not transitioning into the age of Aquarius, but that we're actually transitioning into the age of Gemini. That the Bible is flipped upside down, turned inside out, and inverted, which would make sense. And that what they have been foretelling as the coming of the age of Aquarius, the sun in Aquarius, right? Because, man, every time we talk about the ages, every time we talk about the transition from age to age, we're saying, what do we say? What do we say about the Jesus fish that we spent all this time talking about earlier today? Where he at? See the Jesus fish right there? Feel me? See the Jesus fish right there? And what do we say? That the reason that Jesus has so much fish iconography in the New Testament, what's his name? That y'all, Jordan Maxwell. Jordan Maxwell is forever talking about this, right? Who else? That crazy old dude, the old billionaire white dude in Florida who did the Zeitgeist movies. He is forever talking about the reason that the two fish iconography is so replete through the New Testament is because Jesus is the SUN in the house of Pisces. Don't he say that? What's wrong with that statement? What's wrong with that statement? What's wrong with that statement? I'm about to get so deep on y'all. What's wrong with our understanding that the way that we know generally that we have transitioned from one age to the next is based on our relationship to the sun? Because the way that you determine where you are in the precession of the equinoxes. So where are you in the galaxy? Which house or sign are you in the galaxy is supposedly a specific, and somebody can correct me on this, I don't remember the specific. It is a placement of a specific vernal equinox. Oh, what is it? Damn. Let me see. It might even be in this book. But it is so the vernal equinox is the spring equinox. The vernal equinox is the spring equinox. This is when our relationship to the sun, where the sun, where day and night are evenly divided, are equal. Okay, that's what the equinoxes are. There is a. Let me see if it's in here. This is my little grocery store astrology magazine, so it may not have it in here. Let me see if they mention anything about the precession of the equinoxes. I'm gonna tell you, y'all. I'm going to tell you. Time is the issue. Time is the issue. Time is the issue. Time is the issue, because it didn't occur to me till just now, because I said it was a segue into this thing that I want to read you by Barbara Moore from the Great Cosmic Mother about how we ended up in this place. I was talking about time. The reason I brought up the semen and the pollen and shit is because that breakthrough moment that I had in real time, I was like, holy shit. It's like, what if this story by the Sumerians about this period where the earth would be flooded, quote, by water that was in the story, it says it wasn't water, it was semen. This nigga flooded the earth with his semen. Why did he flood the earth with his semen? Because he hated his mother. He was so insane with envy of his mother. And the one thing that he could not do that she could, he was like, I'm going to show this bitch that I can do it too. You feel me? I'm going to read that for you. But in that moment, I was like, oh shit, time is not linear. Time is actually a goddamn infinity symbol in the universe. What if this story about Enki and his insanity damn near threatening to destroy the whole planet by flooding the earth, trying to make babies? Understand? What if this was a metaphor for what the possibilities, the extreme possibilities would be in the future if harmony, if balance did not remain? If harmony between the mother and the son did not remain, these are the possibilities. What if these astrological stories, these mythologies, have been trying to tell us over and over and over again, from sign to sign, from age to age, what the extreme possibilities are if harmonious union between the mother and the son is not maintained? Is that too deep? Is that too deep? Because I've been having moments like that. Like that. And why is it important? What is one of the main things? They don't have the precession of the equinoxes in here. One of the main things that conspiracy theorists are talking about a lot, to the point that it is annoying. I'm always down for a good conspiracy. You know what I'm saying? But the conspiracy theory that I'm talking, this one conspiracy theory, they beat this damn conspiracy theory like they beating a dead horse. Feel me? Why they doing that? Why are they always talking about Moloch? about Moloch, about the bull-headed god that the people, the devil worshippers, sacrifice their babies to. I swear, every time you turn around, remember that TV show that came on for a brief period of time, maybe 3 seasons, called Sleepy Hollow? And it stars the little black girl as the sheriff. I don't remember her name. The little black girl as the sheriff, and the white guy who plays Ichabod Crane, and he wakes up 250 years exactly in the future. Y'all don't find that shit came out more than a decade ago. Y'all don't find that suspect at all. The show came out like what, 2014, 2012, something like that. But the show starts with Ichabod Crane waking up from a 250-year deep sleep. I'm talking to you about it right now because today, actually very, very soon, is the 250th anniversary of the United States of America on July 4th. I got to tell you something about July 4th too. I'll probably wait because I don't want to jack y'all in the jaw too much. But when I tell you, I'm being funny, but I'm being deadly serious. What I'm trying to walk you through, what I'm trying to help you understand, because the only way to resolve it is to accept it, to see it clearly. That's why I'm talking to you very funny and making, analogies, is because sometimes when it's simplified to the point that it's funny, it can help you see it more clearly. When I'm going off on the Hail Mary thing and this and that and this and that, let me tell you something. I'm trying to communicate to you that every single solitary thing that has been happening since patriarchy gave birth to itself, I know that's hard to accept. But everything, all policies, every military force, this is why I got on it. Every military force, every aggression till today, every aggression, every military force, every campaign, every project, everything has been one long, consistent, uninterrupted ritual. It has been a ritual of oppression. It has been a ceremonial ritual of exploitation. This is the language that we have to use. For a lot of you, I know you're getting ready to vote in these midterms, and that is some concerning language because we have the separation of church and state. If anything is a mythology, bitch, that is. Because once you see it, you cannot unsee it. I am telling you this story of the bull that is pervasive everywhere on your drinks. I can't even tell you how many bull billboards for bull buffalo beef jerky in the city. I was like, why they got bulls on jump everywhere? I have pictures in my phone. I was like, why are they doing that? Right? Cars, just everywhere. Remember that fucked up movie called This Is the End? This is the End. I was starring the Franco dude and Seth Rogen and the black guy that's always in the funny movies with them, and Rihanna was in it, and Hermione from Harry Potter, she was in it, and they was all at a house party at the guy Franco's house, you feel me? And the house starts shaking, and the house starts shaking, and so they think it's just like an earthquake. So everybody goes outside to see what the hell is happening. And it is an earthquake, but there's fire coming out of the earthquake, shit falling out of the sky. And all of a sudden, light beams start coming out of the sky and people start disappearing. Choo, 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 into the sky. It's supposed to be a spoof, this movie. This is the end about the rapture. right? And what happens if you don't get caught up in the rapture? And so they trying to navigate the city after this crazy shit that happened. In the movie, one of the demons, one of the devils that sodomizes one of them is a big, giant, black minotaur, half man, half bull, half man, half bull. I said, back then when I didn't understand any of this, I was like, why the fuck they did that? Like, why did they do that? Like, this is like, what in the what? Right? Thinking about all this symbolism that we see in our face every single solitary day. Bulls, 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 bulls. I said, why? Why? I'm having a whole moment. Because this symbol, what's the symbol? What did I tell you the symbol was? What did I tell you the symbol was right here? What did I say this symbol was? What did I say this symbol represents? Because y'all got to be following me. What did I tell y'all the symbol represents? One word. Somebody. What did I say the symbol represents? Thank you. Hathor. Do you know another name for Hathor that we hear damn near every single solitary day? Do you know another name? Do you know another name that we hear every single solitary day? For years, for 2 decades at least. What's another name for our great mother, Hathor, that we hear with blasphemy all over it, all the time, every fucking day? Our great primordial heavenly cow, the holy cow. What is another name we hear for our mother on a regular basis? I'm gonna just go ahead and tell you. Every day with the venom of the whole world spilled upon it. Every motherfucking day. Our mouth. This has been for a long time, at least 25 years. Our mouth full of blasphemies when speaking her name. Y'all think it's an accident. Y'all think it's just a coinky dink. That quote, have any person on the earth tell it, this is the name of the greatest terrorist organization on earth. Your mother's name, ISIS. ISIS is Hathor. Hathor is Isis, the great cow of heaven. Why does that matter? Because patriarchy, as established in Kemet, transformed the great cow of heaven over a long period of time. The great cow of heaven is subdued by her son, She is literally disappeared. The son is raised up to become the bull of heaven. The cow of heaven disappeared, and now everything on the mouth of human beings is about the bull of heaven. Taurus, the bull of heaven, is the Garden of Eden. Don't you hear that in astrology? Taurus is the bull of heaven. He represents the bounty of the Garden of Eden, right? So, ritual. relating back to AI, machines, robots, dystopian futures, this what do you call it? This quote irrational fear of um of animated objects becoming sentient and self-aware. Animated objects becoming sentient and self-aware. I am convinced we hear these. I know this is going to be so deep. Again, circling back to the infinity that is time. When I tell you the story about the pollen literally choking people in this city, that what if 6,000 years ago, this story that they were telling about Enki, so much in his rage and his envy and his madness towards the mother, you feel me, that he threatens to drown the whole world, you feel me, by his seed, you feel me? I was like, what if that wasn't a story that, was analogous to an event that had happened, but what if it was a warning of what the possibility could be if the sun was allowed to run rogue? What? Because the time is cyclical, it's circling on itself, right? If this is the case, and listen, I can show you images of all of these solar deity, these solar gods throughout all these cultures. Spend some time on like the historynetwork.com or something like that, just and putting bull cults. I told y'all in Ifa, in the house that I was in for 3 years straight, we had what we called Akamalu, which was a bull festival where we dressed in white. It was an ancestral veneration ceremony where we dressed in all white for these 3 days. We danced, we sang, we ate and this and that. And on the second day, we took a male bull. There had been a hole dug for him. He would be lowered down into the hole, and the males would subdue the bull while the females would sing to the bull so he didn't buck. He would be perfectly still. And then the males would sacrifice the bull. So to this day, around the world, different cults still practicing sacrificial rites, bulls, okay? And I'm having it's got the time, man. There are, as a matter of fact, especially with the cult of Mithras, which was one of the more popular and long-running bull cults, right? Solar deity cult. Mithras is the solar deity who murders the bull. Google Mithras right now, and the first thing you will see is this infamous image of him with his knee on the back of this bull, holding one of the bull's horns and pulling it back as hard as he can with a massive blade at the bull's throat, at the ready to kill the bull. Think about how many movies that you've seen about Greek mythology. Think about them, because there are many where a bull is slain in the movie. Think about it. There are many. There are many. There was one about Perseus, and Perseus slays a bull. There was one. There was another one. There was a torture device that the Roman Catholic Church used to brutalize women accused of witchcraft, called what was it called? What was it called? Damn. was it called the Iron Bull? It might have been, I think it was something deeper than that, but it might have been the Iron Bull, where they would just like what you call it? Wall Street. Got that big old giant brass bull right there in the middle of Wall Street, representing the bull market. Why that's there? Why that's there? Anybody ever ask? That's not into that. Anybody ever ask why that's there? So they had a torture device that if they could not get you to comply with whatever, they would open up the belly of this brass or iron bull, massive iron bull, and place you inside it and start a fire underneath the bull, either till you complied, admitted, or died. That's in movies that we can see right now today. What was the movie about the Little Red Riding Hood chick, the little modern version of Little Red Riding Hood? There is an iron bull torture device in that movie. There's a iron bull torture device in the Perseus movie where the priestesses, they were called the Sibyls, not Troy. Oh, I don't remember the bull in Troy, but the movie that I'm telling you about, I forget the name of it, but the star of it is Perseus. It's Perseus, and Zeus is in there, and Athena, and so on and so forth. But they, this guy who used to be, had pledged allegiance to the gods, but he was like, y'all killed my wife, y'all let my wife die, so F the gods. And so he went on a rampage against the gods, but in order to, quote, beat the gods, he set out to kidnap these Sibyls, all women of color. Not Percy Jackson, it's a grown-up one. As a matter of fact, what's the boy name? Mickey Rourke. Mickey Rourke play. It's like really gruesome. It's like really bloody and blood and guts. All of this real like. Mickey Rourke stars in it as the bad guy. Okay, so it's not a kids movie. It's not Percy Jackson. I forget the name of it, but it's about Perseus. And so anyway, it's not lost on me that these Sibyls that he is seeking out to give him the edge to beat the gods, they all women of color. They all women of color. Sure enough. And they are loyal to their deity. And so when he kidnaps them, he's like, y'all gonna tell me what I need to know. Okay, man, one way or another, y'all gonna tell me what I need to know. And so he takes these women of color Sibyls, the only women of color in the whole movie, happen to be the Sibyls, happen to be the oracles, and places them inside, I think it was 4 of them, brazen bull. That's what it is. The brazen bull. That's what it is. Thank you so much. Oh, so he takes, I think it was 4 of them, 5 of them, these 5 women of color dressed in red, and places them inside the brazen bull and lets his entire army hear the gnashing and wailing and screaming of them as they are burnt to death inside this massive iron bull in this movie. So why am I going off about the bull? The bull, the bull, the bull, the bull, the bull, the bull, because it's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. I'm telling you that everything that has happened is a ritual. It is an in-your-face ritual, in-your-face ceremony. So who's the bull? People ask, when we studied Black folks, when we studied, quote, African-American history or the history of the slave trade, what are we always told? What's one of the first things that we are always told? That the Europeans came over here and North and South America, Central America, all the islands was wildly, vastly inhabited by indigenous people. Wildly, vastly inhabited by natives. And they, quote, tried to enslave the natives, but the natives fought back, or whatever. We always heard the story about why natives did not, quote, make good slaves. And this is why the slave trade started, was because this, I'm telling you, this is, high school, middle school history explanation of why the necessity to go capture Africans to enslave them in the Western Hemisphere, because the local population, the indigenous population, put up too much of a fight. Also, too many of them died. For some reason, quote, they didn't make good slaves. This is always the explanation that we were given about why the necessity to capture black-skinned people from Africa, bring them across the ocean to work as slaves. Okay? Now, I have a theory. Though, and it's because of the language that we grew up in. Every bullshit movie that was force fed down our throats as some we need to see perpetual movies about slavery so that we never forget what happened to us in Allen and all of this shit. And every single solitary movie, black women were called heifers. Black men were called bulls or bucks. As a matter of fact, if you think I'm stretching, if you think I'm reaching, remember the movie Coven? It was an American horror story. I think it was season 3, called Coven. The white woman serial killer. What did she do to the black man that her daughter SA'd? Because that's what she did. That's what she did. What did she do to the man? She told him a story while she had him suspended in the air about how she was obsessed with Greek mythology when she was a girl child. And of all the magical, mystical creatures, her favorite one was the Minotaur. And she always wanted her own Minotaur. And so she took the head of a slain bull and sutured it onto this man's head. Do you think this is a stretch? There's another movie. Somebody mentioned it. Percy Jackson. This is a kid's movie. Does it ever strike you that every Minotaur in every movie happens to be a black-bodied man with this bull's head? I think I've only seen one in all the years I've been watching Greek mythology, because I grew up on it. I think I've only seen one where the body of the Minotaur was not a black-bodied person. If you can think of more than one, because the one that I saw that didn't, and I was surprised, was Chaos with Jeff Goldblum last year. That's the only time in all my years that I've never seen a black-bodied, a brown person Minotaur. And so, thinking about the language, thinking about the processes, thinking about, is it unreasonable to believe that slavery was a 400-year ritual? Is it a stretch? Is it a stretch to assume through symbolism that the Inquisition, which lasted 781 years, is it a stretch to assume that the Inquisition was a 781-year ritual? I mean, what is required for a ritual? A real ceremony. What are some of the things that are required? A certain type of dress, a certain type of preparation, probably a prop like a stage or a platform or a podium, ceremonial happenings, for example, to lighten up the crowd, to get the party started. You have some funny person, some psychopomp, a dwarf, a juggler, These are psychopomps. The clown-faced, the mask that precedes this transition from life to death. Every execution is preceded by a psychopomp. Just like every party, just like every show, just like every play and every theater. There's some funny person, some hyper of the crowd. People are always talking about how highly offended they are by blackface. But if you look at the use of blackface and when in this country it was popular and what it looked like before slavery, before the slave trade, what minstrelsy looked like in Europe before the slave trade, and when minstrelsy was used, is it that difficult is it really that much of a stretch to see that what we are so offended by but don't have the correct language for was the funny man before the horror show, was the mood lightener before the sacrifice. I always asked myself the question, and I thought maybe I was being bougie. I always asked myself the question because I know Professor Griff, like personally, you feel me? And I always wanted to ask him, like, yo, y'all were so serious in such a serious period in history for the culture. Like, why Flavor Flav? Like, y'all singing these hardcore, like revolutionary songs in a period that was very explosive. Like, why did y'all see the need to have literally a caricature, like the top hat that's white instead of black, the exaggerated, like, minstrelsy, the big old giant clock always on his chest. Hell, even the song. You know what I'm saying? Like, I always wanted to understand, it didn't make no sense to me. Like, why could they be so, like, revolutionary gangster and see the necessity? Is it like they was he just a homeboy that they was looking out for, or trying to, ease people into the revolution? For the longest time, it couldn't make sense to me until this year, until I started doing this deep dive about the history of comedy, the history of minstrelsy, the history of gestures. They are all psychopomps. They are all psychopomps. And what's problematic, because you see psychopomps everywhere. Ooh, everywhere. But the problem is, again, perspective. So we're talking about Saturn, all right? So Saturn is our great-grandmother crone. We have accepted it. The great invisible that's ever present, right? The nameless, faceless vessel that the whole world is in, yet are not aware that she exists, okay? The great-grandmother crone, Saturn, all right? And so when I told y'all that you have to start paying attention, even if it's the male Saturn, you know what I'm saying? What are some of the things that they point out are his archetypes, right? The Grim Reaper with the little the little hooked blade, you feel me? Like such, right? Masks, particularly the drama mask. Either one whole mask is white and one whole mask is black, and one's happy and one's sad. Or the mask, like I showed y'all up here, that's one mask split white and black. A legba, a shoe, is always seen split in half, red and black. Just you can name them. You can name these psychopaths. Mercury, Hermes, they are all psychopaths. So you start looking for these symbols that are the evidence of ritual. So back to the bull of heaven, the cow of heaven, and the bull of heaven. This is not how I meant to talk to y'all, but whatever. Okay. So here in the Great Cosmic Mother, is it God as Father? That's not the one. Is it the Olympian male? I'm gonna have to read these three chapters over now that I'm on this whole Soul Invictus and all of this stuff, because I'm sure this is gonna mean more now than it did when I first read it to you guys. Yeah, these chapters is good. Okay. Okay, yes. This is the chapter. So for those who want to follow along, I am in the Great Cosmic Mother, Rediscovering the Religion of the Earth. I'm in the chapter entitled The Sun's Victory Over the Dark Mother. Okay. I'm not going to read the whole section, but I see right now what I wanted to read to you. So in this chapter, she is talking about, let's see, Sumerian culture can be traced back to circa 55 BC in the alluvial plains of Lower Mesopotamia. Okay, one of these transitional myths gives us the story of a fabulous character who can fairly be called Enki the Prick. Enki was the water god, and the Sumerian word for water also meant semen. In a lavish ode to his indistinguishable phallus, Enki virtually floods the Sumerian plains with his semen. Enki is a funny guy. He also inseminates all the Sumerian people. All the people. Okay? Let's see. Including his own daughters and their daughters. The ancient earth goddess Ninhursag, I thought it was Inanna, but it's Ninhursag, can't take it any longer. Her daughter Utu also is inseminated by the new ebullient Allfather. Ninhursag removes Enki's semen from her daughter and turns it into plants, which Enki eats the plants, of course, becoming pregnant with his own semen. This is page 244. He becomes pregnant with his own semen. He gets very sick. Only by crawling into his mother's vagina with her help can he then give birth to the 8 goddesses, all named for different parts of the body. Okay? This myth is profoundly ambiguous, as Thompson says. It is also grotesquely funny because it is recording, in one story, the mid-stride shift of worldview from matriarchy to patriarchy in ancient Sumer. Sumer began as a goddess-oriented agricultural village. It ended as a civilization which grew not from a city, but from a fortress, the fortified granary. Real life changes slowly, but in a myth like Enki and the World Order, Complex changes over time are compressed into a simultaneous image showing the proud, all propagating potency and world ordering power of the new male regime, still entangled in and ultimately dependent upon the wisdom and physical capacity of the old order, the uh, earth goddess, to get the job done. The job, of course, is an impossible one, a mythic delusion to turn the father into the mother. It could only be done in Sumer anyway as a kind of slapstick comedy with Enki as all three stooges. But he learns in later stories the great goddess Inanna, queen of heaven and mother of 300,000 years of human time, must come humbly to Enki, her son. She must come humbly to Enki, petitioning him for a place in the new male order. There is nothing for her to do or be. Man has taken over everything. As Enki boasts, quote, Enki preferred greatly that is women's task. Enki preferred greatly that which is women's tasks, end quote. Men had indeed co-opted all of women's craft and improved upon them. And as Enki demonstrated, he's trying he's trying hard to do the same with childbirth and motherhood. Let me stop. Talking about time, man, and time being circular and cyclical. Is this a story about right now that was foreseen through the observation, the mathematically precise observation of the stars, saying that we see some shit coming down the line? According to what the stars say and the potential from the stars, if this little boy child keep going on the trajectory that he is going on, you will have some extremes in society that you need to be on the lookout for so you can check that shit. Is this story that she is telling right now a past tense story of some fixed in time event that happened long ago? She say right here, Enki perfected greatly that which is woman's tasks. Man had indeed co-opted all of the crafts created by women and, quote, improved upon them. And as Enki demonstrated, he's trying hard to do the same with childbirth and motherhood. Do that sound currently relevant? Anybody? Where the great majority of obstetricians are male, with the hostile takeover of midwifery and obstetrics by a non-medical John D. Rockefeller, with the formation of the American Medical Society, specifically targeting areas where women were thriving. Not just then. Greece prevented women from being midwives. Males took over birth then. Sound familiar? As Thomas notes, with increased militarization and urbanization through the new male world came a revealing change in the mythic character of the goddess. From an all-powerful and open great mother, she becomes a seductive and wily sex goddess. No doubt, this is because men were writing the myths. But the mythic shift also reveals the change real women had to undergo. The goddess becomes eroticized for her life. The new male god is armored and arrogant and no longer in awe of her reproductive powers or her cultural creations. To survive, she must seduce and lure and petition him. But still, the humbled Inanna in this story gets nothing from Enki but an impatient brush off. He tells her she has lots to do. She can tend the sheep, observe his wars, or twist thread. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, listen, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, the hero kills the sacred bull of heaven, Inanna's bull. The bull symbolized Earth's fertility, the moon, so many more things. The horns surmounting the breasts on the wall of Katal Hayuk, the crescent horn is in the uplifted hand of the Venus Lasal. What does Gilgamesh do with the horns of the sacred bull of heaven? He hangs them up in his room like a hunting trophy, a decoration for his male clubhouse. In this act, quote, the old conservative religion of women is being mocked in a celebration of male ambition. The Gilgamesh epic dates from 1600 to 2000 BC. Thompson calls this 4,000-year-old story, quote, the very foundation of Western culture and literature. For what we are witnessing here is to set the pattern for all Hebrew and Greek literature to come till today. This new individuating, mocking, arrogantly alienating ego of Gilgamesh, established in defiance of the old religion of the goddess and the earth, becomes in Western religious and secular history the ego of man, mocker of the past, builder of tomorrow, etc. This effort to displace the female seems to be the archetypal foundation for civilization as we know it, for mankind has been at it ever since, whether he is challenging Mother Nature in flying away from her in rockets or in changing her on Earth through genetic engineering. Man has not given up in the attempt to take away the mystery of life from the Great Mother and the conservative feminine religion. Woo! She goes on to say, yes, I see y'all. Yes, the Joker card is also known as the Trump card. Yes. Yes. You get to see one in the show. Yeah, I forgot about that. And Warrior Nun is deep, deep, deep and profound. Yes, it was deep. Yes, it was deep. Especially when they go to, quote, rescue the angel from underneath the catacombs of the Vatican. That movie was something else. That show was something else. That show was deep. Let's see. Sister friend, it's been a while. Oh, LYM Chic, how you doing? Since I caught a live but watching the playback, check your Cash App. I sure will. Thank you so much. That's a great segue. You want to make a donation to this dynamic thing that I'm putting down on your ass this evening? There are several ways that you can do that. You can do that by taking this email down, EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. That's EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. You can use that email to send a Zelle or a PayPal. If you want to send a Venmo, it is my name, Cassandra, 2 S's, Cassandra Floyd, Floyd, or Cash App, which is $ Daughter of the Fates, FATES, Daughter of the Fates. Also, you can use that email address, EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com, to book a divination session of either 30 minutes or 60 minutes. You can also go to DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com to check out the myriad of product that I have available for purchase there. Many, many books and all kinds of dope jewelry like this ancestor bracelet of mine that I am sporting that I just made last week with all my ancestors on it. See my handsome family. All right. And the earrings that I made, right? So many things. So yes, thank you so much for that shout out, LYM Chick. It has been a long time. Okay. So I'm going to continue because there's something that's really significant to what we've been talking about for a couple of weeks. Okay. There were women who fought the patriarchy. Tribes of Amazons in Syria, Thrace, Macedonia, and Africa defended themselves from invasion and fought to preserve their matriarchal religion and culture against the onslaughts of the rising sun god. We know these warrior women through Greek myth mostly. One of their last battles was fought on the Greek mainland against the Greek male soldiers. Amazons lost fighting to the death. Memorials to them were set up all over the Greek countryside, marking each place an Amazon had fallen in battle, and their valor, beauty, and strength were long depicted in Greek art. Even the male sun god warriors praised them as ferocious and fearless fighters. So I'm gonna stop there with that. Okay, let's see. Man, this whole chapter is so good. Because it's with the rising sun god, she's talking about the slow beginnings of, remember yesterday we were reading in Genesis in the Bible, and it talks about said let there be light, and saw that the light was good, and proceeded to split, to divide lightness from darkness. That's what this whole chapter is talking about, basically the slow establishment of this division from the good light and the bad dark. And this is practically how it unfolded. So that's what that is. So that chapter is great. It's relatively short. Yeah. And then the next chapter is now the sun god has been established, firmly established, right? And all of the machinations of who he makes war with. This is important because these mythologies, for example, I was talking to you about our transition through the Milky Way galaxy, through the body. When you see images of the goddess Hathor or Nut as her personification. So Hathor, she's usually personified as a cow, Hathor, as Nut, as the literal entire cosmos over the, like a rainbow sky over the earth, and the Milky Way galaxy is in her body, as well as the sun and the moon, right? And all the people of the earth drinking from her udders that are the divine water of the water, aka milk, of the Milky Way galaxy, right? So what you call Aquarius, by the way, is Nut, is Hathor, all right? The water bearer. The heavenly waters are heavenly milk, all right? So, damn. So this story, let me reel this back. This story that I started out by talking about, Project Hail Mary, right? There's two mothers. Yes, let me go back to the stone reading. There are two mothers in this movie, according to Barbara G. Walker. Because what was she saying about the stone? Let me finish reading about the stone. I know I got off all over the place. Let's finish what she was saying about the stone. Because as soon as I started thinking about it, okay, so the name of the ship is Hail Mary. The boy, the white boy who has been traveling for 11.9 years, he is the grace that is with Mary. You know what I'm saying? He is the son born, you feel me? And then he comes into contact with another faceless, nameless creature that now he must name. Sound much like Adam in the Garden of Eden? Now he must name this creature that is lower than him because they envy the power of naming, right? But the creature is an animated rock formation. Same thing with Galaxy Quest. I'm going to have to go back and watch that shit because the rock monster that was threatening to kill him is this. So let's listen to what she says in 1983 about this movie that just came out on the spring equinox a few weeks ago. In many traditions and myths, blah, blah, blah. Okay, the Hebrew Bethel, house or embodiment of a deity, was a cognate of Greek Bautulos or Badal, a standing stone. Parsanians, um, Parsanis, I don't know how to pronounce it, said that the three Charites or the three graces were said that the three Charites or graces, very old versions of the triple goddess, were worshipped at Orchomenos as three standing stones. As three standing stones. Icelanders worshipped. So there's two things right there. That the standing stones represent the graces. And this white boy's name is Grace in the movie. Okay. Let's see. Icelanders worshipped their goddess, Armather, mother of prosperity, in the form of a stone. Hold stones all over the world symbolize the womb and birth. In parts of Europe, women still pray to such stones or crawl through them as conception charms. I don't know if y'all have ever heard of hagstones, but I've got a whole box of hagstones. And hagstones are said to be able to give you magical powers, to bless you. And they're any kind of stone that has a naturally occurring hole all the way through it. Well, I live near the ocean. Typically, you can find stones that have been worn by the ocean, and they will have, right, holes that you can see through. The hole has to go straight through the stone for it to be, identified as a hagstone. But I got like a whole box of them back there, right? So, and they're also said to be able to help you see into the fairy realm, that if you can see through your hagstone and you go into the forest, you can see fairies, right? So anyway, hold stones all over the world symbolize women's birth. Use them, crawl through them for conception charms. Argar midwives used to invoke the goddess before each birth by circumambulating a certain stone, whistling. Oh my God. Whistling, then opening the stone with a golden key to let the mother spirit out. Moabite Arabs used to call themselves Beni Sahar, sons of the rock. The prophet Jeremiah inveighed against his contemporaries' custom of calling a stone one's mother. Pre-patriarchal records show that Yahweh was worshipped in the Jerusalem temple as a consort of the goddess Anath, who was combined with him as an androgynous deity, Anathayu. Two stone slabs within the ark were said to represent this god and goddess. One of the common titles of the Semitic Anath was progenitress of the peoples. Certain myths even reveal that the people of the world were thought, God damn it, God damn, oh my God, jeez, damn. Y'all, I cannot. I'm gonna show y'all something in a minute. Damn. Certain myths even reveal that the people of the world were thought to have been born up. This shit's so deep. This shit's so deep. This shit's so deep. I'm talking about all of it. All of it is so deep. Okay? This shit's so deep. We got to be doing this shit 24 hours a day if we are ever going to dig ourselves out of this motherfucking quagmire. This shit's so deep. Shit. It is said, certain myths even reveal, God damn it, certain myth, God damn it. What's this? I mean, it's just every fucking where. God damn, man. Certain myths even reveal that the people of the world were thought to have been born of stones in the beginning. According to Greek tradition, after the deluge, the flood hero Deucalion and his spouse Pyrrha were taught by the primal goddess Themis to raise up their children from stones to repopulate the earth. Much hostility was shown by patriarchal societies towards the ancient stone figures or non-figures that had been so long revered as maternal spirits. This famous stone of Scone, which now rests under the English coronation throne in Westminster Abbey, was once a hag of Scone, that is, a grandmother goddess, the same as Cailleach, a queen of the elves or elder deities. Legend said she became a stone because she was cursed by a Christian missionary, but it seems likely that this hag had always been a stone. Her function in resting under a coronation throne is made clear by ancient pagan tales about the stone of Fáil or the stone of sovereignty in Irish myth. A contemporary says this stone's name came from Fáil, meaning rock under a king. Goddamn. Goddamn. Fo'al, meaning rock under a king, and it would cry out with a loud voice when the rightful king of Tara was placed on it. God damn, man. My brain is on fire. Y'all. When the rightful king of Tyre was placed on it, the usual magic signification by Mother Earth that the king was acceptable to her. Attempts have been made to connect the stone of Fáil with phallus, and some sources call it the penis stone, but it has no phallic characteristics whatsoever, and its association with sovereignty suggests, on the contrary, that it was always feminine. The famous Tarpeian rock on Rome's Capitoline Hill was originally sacred to an Etruscan son of a goddamn motherfucker. This shit is too much. It's too much. Okay? It's too much. It's too much. This rock on Rome's Capitoline Hill was originally sacred to an Etruscan goddess and evidently embodied her. In classical times, a myth was invented about the treacherous maiden Tarpeia, who was crushed under the shields of warriors she had betrayed. But the point of the story was to explain the ancient custom of piling up shields as victory offerings to the goddess of the rock. Up to 1860, a stone goddess image in an ancient shrine on the island of Guernsey continued to receive offerings of flour and food until the church warden had the stone broken up. Another stone goddess near Baud in Brittany was worshipped until late in the 17th century. People were baptized in the stone trough at her feet. This was supposed to help cure the sick. Many myths, such as that of Mithra, still speak of the mother stone, the Petra Genetrix, from whom heroes and saviors were born. Oh my God. Ooh. Yeah. Y'all are gonna choke when I show you what I gotta show you, but I'm gonna finish reading this. On the other hand, the magical powers so often attributed to stones made them objects of superstitious fear among the people of medieval and Renaissance Europe. Having seen the pathological conditions could be caused Having seen that pathological conditions could be caused by stones in the kidneys or bladder, many lay people and even doctors came to believe that a wide variety of diseases and pains were the result of stones inside the body, perhaps placed there by witchcraft. Headaches, blurred vision, hallucinations, or lunacy could be caused by a stone in the head, according to popular belief. Quack doctors used to perform an operation for this condition. Palming a small petal, the doctor would make a slight incision on the sufferer's brow or scalp, and when the wound was bleeding freely, would pretend to draw forth a blood-covered pebble, thus curing the condition. Sometimes it worked. There are modern practitioners of this same quackery who, by sleight of hand, perform scarless operations and pretend to draw out tumors and other messy looking blobs, usually obtained beforehand from the local slaughterhouse. Can you email that to me, Nina La Negra, the Netflix series Cursed, so I don't forget it? Man, now let me go back to you and tell you why I have been having a moment since we started reading about this goddamn stone, child. Because what is the first thing that this thing say? That the history of these stones in all these long established traditions the world over were always in worship to female ancestors and goddesses, particularly responsible for birth and fertility. Okay? Isn't that the first thing she say? Do you want to see what the birth and fertility stone looks like? Worshipped as ancestresses, particularly grandmother ancestresses. When I be telling y'all that these rotten, filthy motherfuckers have literally left no grain of sand unturned, uninverted, this is the birthstone that has now been turned into the death stone under patriarchy. Don't that look just like a tombstone with a hole in it? But now the goddess ancestress stone has no hole. It's a solid concrete fake stone slab placed ceremonially at the top on top of your ancestor. It says here that in Agua, midwives used to invoke the goddess before each birth by circumambulating a certain stone, whistling, and then opening the stone with a golden key to let the mother spirit out. And so now you've got these no hold death stones that are probably, because of the perpetual inversion of all that is, probably have no hold to ensure that the spirit of the deceased cannot get out. Why? Because they hate your ancestors. Didn't I tell you that yesterday? The greatest crime that you can create, according to your that you can commit, according to your Old Testament, is necromancy, talking and calling up and talking to the dead. It's like, look, like everything else, maybe they'll get a little stoning, maybe they'll get a little slap on the wrist, but even every time they talk about voodoo, isn't that the first thing they use to condemn voodoo is Haitian people and the people of Benin having the ability to, quote, call up the dead? Reading about the stone. It is everywhere. What's the earth, wind, and fire song? Ever, my darling, and you be ever, my darling. True love is written in the stone. Isn't that what they Yes. Somebody brings up the Kaaba. Absolutely yes. Obviously yes. Right. But when they are circling around the Kaaba, who is the jet black mother, also known as great grandmother Crone, formerly known as Saturn, what are they doing? They are circling in dance. Have you ever looked at the ceremony? Thousands of people dressed in white. That circling around, thousands of colored folks dressed in white from head to toe, circling around the big black box whose stone, aka clitoris, they are literally fighting each other to kiss or to put their hands on. And they are circling around the Kaaba counterclockwise. What is it also called? Widdershins. What does widdershins mean? What does it mean when you dance widdershins around an object? Anybody remember? What does it mean to dance widdershins around an object? Widdershins counterclockwise is the dance of destruction. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's the dance of destruction. So you got scores of thousands. I think they said that on any given day, the area just to participate in the ceremony around the Kaaba can hold 90,000 people. Dancing around our great grandmother every day, all day, for years and years and years. It's the dance of destruction. It's the binding ritual. It's the binding ceremony in their desperate attempts to hold her hostage. We talked about this at nauseum because that too is everywhere. That damn movie with Eddie Murphy back in the 80s, The Golden Child. They show you in real time how supposedly the devil, the white guy, the British white guy who is the devil, is trying to ensure that the golden child is incapable of using his power, because this prophecy foretells that if he is able to use his powers, he will save the world. This baby, right? And so how does the devil ensure? Oh man. How does the devil ensure that this baby's attempts to ensure that this baby will never be able to fulfill this prophecy. He is kidnapping young teenage prostitutes and killing them and hiding their blood in the food he is attempting to feed the child. Y'all don't remember that movie that Eddie Murphy was in, The Golden Child. They need to make him impure. And the only way to do that is to make this child eat blood unwittingly. So that's why, because Eddie Murphy was investigating missing kids. That's what he was in LA doing, was investigating missing kids, missing teenagers. And so one of the girls that he ends up investigating is one of the girls that had been captured by a gang and killed by the dude, and her blood captured in a bowl to hide her blood in the food for this child. And so when he goes to give the child the bowl of bloody oatmeal, the child is inside, them triangles that people be like meditating in now. No, they had him in a cage. They had him in a cage, right? Like a little triangle thing. They had him in a cage. And on the four corners of the cage, chanting and meditating 24 hours a day, were evil monks. Asian monks, evil monks, praying to bound this child's power, bound this child's magic. Sound familiar much? Sound familiar much? Somebody back in the day, maybe like the early 2000s, when the brothers was going real hard, you feel me? Especially when YouTube was like brand new, and the brothers was going real hard when they started releasing images of the Pope. It wasn't Francis, it was another Pope, the one before him. The Pope allowing the media in while he performed this, this ceremony where he allows them into the Vatican, where there is centered in the Vatican the largest of, I forget how many statues they say are still in Europe, 200 plus, 250 statues scattered through, 250 plus statues scattered throughout all of Europe of the Black Madonna and her black ass baby. And the biggest one of them all is inside the Vatican, this Black Madonna and her black ass baby, like jet black. And so he allows some media to come in while he is dressed in all white, getting on his knees in front of the Black Madonna and proceeding to go down and kiss her feet and come back and kiss her feet and come back. I'll never forget this, because I was an atheist at the time. And all these brothers on YouTube was like, see, we told you. We keep telling y'all the black woman is God. Even the Pope know it. And I wasn't even into none of this. I wasn't into spirituality. I wasn't into conspiracy theories, none of that shit. Just me being a regular, everyday socialist, dialectical materialist was like, that's some bullshit. That is what you saying is not what you seeing. What you seeing is not what you think it is. This looked like some sleight of hand shit to me. This looked like some sinister sleight of hand shit to me. You feel me? And then all these years later, 20 years later, we get up in this same book right here, where kissing is in this book as spell depending upon your intentions, is spell casting. It is power binding. It's ritual binding. But I knew it even before I knew it. I was like, what y'all seeing ain't what y'all seeing. That nigga, she is a hostage. The Black Madonna, she a hostage in the Vatican. That dude ain't worshiping her. He binding her. Just like when they tell the story about Jesus and Judas, right? That, before the cock crows 3 times, one of you will betray me. How was Jesus betrayed? Because Judah said, look, I'm going to kiss him. I'm going to give him a peck on the cheek. That is how you know that's the one you need to go wrangle up. That's the one you go get him. It's spell casting. And more specifically, it's binding rituals. It's binding magic. Anyway. So I showed y'all the stone. But the thing that also had me messed up about this passage that I just read to you guys, man, it's like even something as seemingly obtuse as stones. As soon as I started reading this, and it's telling us the extremely massive and long and profound significance of stones in history, in whole history, it's like all of a sudden, all of these images where to me stones was background noise, and now it's front and center, talking about this little stone entity with no face and no language and no name of its own, because the white Jesus figure in this movie has to give the lowly creature a new name in order to communicate with it. Then I'm thinking about Galaxy Quest and how the hero, the mediocre alcoholic savior of the world, gets into a fight with a rock monster, faceless, featureless, gets in a fight with, and it's like the size of a 2-story building, gets in this fight with this rock monster and somehow finds a way to be victorious over the rock monster. In Frozen 2, that goes hard on the elements and how the elements are helping her discover this secret that has had this whole race of people frozen in time and invisible to the rest of the world. Are you hearing me right now? Are you hearing me right now? Are you hearing me right now? I got to go back and watch the second Frozen, because the elements, the 5 elements, there's actually 4 elements, and then the girl, what's her name? What's the girl that's got the ice power in Frozen? The older sister with the ice power. You know, all of these elements are helping her to uncover this secret that has kept a whole population of indigenous Elsa, have kept a whole population of indigenous people held captive behind a misty veil because of something that happened in the past that must be resolved in order for the people to be freed from this frozen state. Invisible, yet living invisible. And when she found out what her and her sister, what's the little sister name? Because the little sister, I was like, okay, I see your little sister. The little sister supposedly ain't got no magic, ain't got no power. She's just a regular girl. But what does she have? She got principles. She got principles, the little girl, the little baby. She got principles. You know what I'm saying? Because Elsa finds out in a vision given to her from the memory of the memories held in the frozen water. The frozen water has memories of all of the things that transpired between her people and the indigenous people. And so all this time, she thought that her grandfather was a good and honest ruler and this and that and this and that. And what her grandfather did? He instigated an aggression against the feigned friend. Instigated an aggression with the indigenous people, dammed up their access to their own water, and then proceeded to levy an aggression against them that killed many of them and left them. And it was, and the land was so offended by the aggression, the land, the elements were so offended by the aggression that these indigenous people who have been hidden in plain sight behind a misty veil that nobody could pierce or penetrate, recalling our discussion yesterday, that no one could pierce or penetrate. This was the elements. This was the land's attempt at keeping the indigenous safe from the diabolical ambitions of this king that had already tried them without provocation. And what was his excuse? They got too much power, and if we allow them to go on, one day they will use that power against us. So whatever we do preemptively, based on the psychosis in our fucking head, whatever we do preemptively is worth it to secure our lives at the expense. Ain't that about a bitch? So Elsa gets the vision in the water, in the frozen water, literally seeing her grandfather betray these people who had welcomed them in with open arms. And so she goes back and tells Anna what she has discovered. And Anna was like, all right, I know what we got to do. Now, the stone people, faceless, giant stone people, she says, I got to provoke the stone people. That's the only way we going to do this. And they're like, what you mean provoke the stone people? And she's like, I got to do what I got to do. And they was like, what you going to do? And she says, the next right thing. That's what the little baby say. She say the next right thing. If you don't know what to do the next right thing. And do you know what the next right thing was? She provoked the stone people to destroy the dam that her grandfather had built. Her sister ain't have to tell her but one time. But one time, our grandfather was fucked up. And he did some fucked up shit. And that's why these people have been held hostage behind the mist, because the land was like, look, we got to keep you babies safe because these motherfuckers out here wilding. And so the land, all the elements then came together, and it was Elsa who was the fifth element. Isn't that a common thing? In all so many movies. So many movies. What was it that they pulled out of the operatic singing alien in the movie Fifth Element with Bruce Willis and Mia Jovovich? And they go to see the dynamic blue opera singing goddess. Remember that girl? And they are on this other planet trying to find the fifth element. And what happened after she performed this awesome standing ovation show? Mia Jovovich comes to her and she says, I have something to give you. Because, of course, the black goddess operatic bitch can't be the fifth element. She can't be the savior of humanity. The basic, mediocre, goofy girl is the savior of humanity. You feel me? So she calls the goofy girl over and she says, I have something to give to you. And the operatic goddess alien sister, you feel me, rips open her belly. I am going to show you pictures that are going to mess you up. God, man. I'm just thinking of this in real time, y'all. I can't. It's just shit crazy. She opens up her own stomach and pulls out of her belly this big black stone. God damn. And gives it to the white girl to go save humanity. Lord. I cannot with this shit. Anyway, so that's that. Now, what time is it? Damn, it's been 3 hours already. It ain't been no 3 hours since I've been up on here. I ain't trying to hear that shit. So some other things I wanted to share with you. As I said, I was just going to read, but whatever. Goddamn. Going back to this cow and bowl of heaven, right? And in the Genesis, which we have always said, Genesis is the biblical representation of the age of Taurus, right? But in Genesis, like we read the other day, it was talking about this first division to happen, at least in the biblical history of the earth, was to split light from dark. He created, quote, day and night from first dividing lightness and darkness. Because why? What did he say? He saw the light and the light was good. You dig? So when I start talking to you about the perpetual unending, uninterrupted ritual, sacrificial ritual that we have been engaged in, the victims of for quite some time, so in your face that they will call you by the name of the sacrificial animals. Heifer, sacrificial animals, buck, ox, bull. Today, every time you turn around, count in a day how many Moloch references you will see on any. I'm telling you, if you drove through Hollywood, you would, right now you think I'm lying. If you were just to drive 30 minutes in this city, you would be amazed at how many billboards, how many promos, how many painted murals for movies and shit that are outright spiritual campaigns. I ain't lying. I showed y'all the pictures when the Alien movie, the Alien series came out. What was it called? Earth? I couldn't fucking believe it. A whole city block used to promote Aliens Earth. And on this promo that looks like some long futuristic, that shit was so immaculate. They had actual metal, like it looked like in the movies where they be breeding humans, like big metal casings that had what looked like windows full of steam, and it looked like creatures moving by. I'm telling you, right here on fucking Vine and Boulevard, the whole turn of the city block it looked like a spaceship holding and breeding aliens in these like little glass things, and the big metal casings around them. The big metal, let me see if I can find this picture. The big metal casings on top of every, supposedly representing the company that is breeding these aliens for Earth. Okay, the big metal casings. Y'all are not going to believe what was on the top of every single one. And I was hollering. I was like, what the fuck? Do you see what book I'm looking in to show you the picture carved into the metal case? Do you see what book I am referencing? Child, I was thrilled. I was thrilled. I was thrilled. I was like, I was thrilled. Let me see if I know it's got to be in here. It's like one of the most popular comedic symbols of the risen solar sun savior. I said, what is they playing at? about an alien that plants herself on your face to impregnate you by your mouth so that her offspring can be born from your chest cavity? Why they got this Kemetic symbol on the top of all of these breeding things? And how about this will be the one image that's always everywhere that won't be in this book. Damn, man. Get the fuck out of here. Of course. And I can't remember the name of it, because I would just tell one of y'all to Google it. No, it's not a beetle. It is, I can explain it. It's, I can't believe it's not in here. Of all the symbols not in there. Let me see if this one has it. Oh. I got so many books on Greek mythology. It's got to be in one of these. So I was like, damn, am I going to have to watch? It was the show. It's not a movie. It was the Aliens, where they did it like a TV series. And I watched, I think, the first episode. And I don't do, especially not gore or horror. I don't do horror, y'all know it. But when I saw these promos in this city, I was like, why would they do that? What they playing at? Plus, the Earth on the promo, if you look at the alien Earth, right? Aliens Earth looks like an egg that has been cracked open with green light coming out of it. Earth looks like an egg. And the crack, because it's a crack in 3. The crack is, these things matter. The crack is centered right on the continent of Africa. The crack is centered right on the continent. Split in 3 ways. I said, these rotten motherfuckers. Damn, what the son of a bitch. All right, this one's got to have it. You know, I'm gonna show y'all this instead. I think it just occurred to me now. I think that's where it came from. You know how my aunt is always pictured like in kind of like the seated position with one knee kind of up, and her wingspan is long like that, right? So she's just, and her wingspan is very long. It didn't occur to me until I was looking at this picture, and I have a giant, my aunt, like 6 foot long, my aunt on my wall. And I was like, damn, I didn't even realize the relationship. That same exact wingspan of my aunt, that's what I'm talking about. That wingspan, you also see it in Iran. You also see a version of it in Iran, but it is this long wingspan. And instead of my aunt being in the center of the wingspan, it is the sun, the actual sun, the circle with the wingspan. Y'all know that image that I'm talking about? I still can't find it. All these books of Egypt, and I can't find it. Y'all know the image that I'm talking about? It usually is on top of things. It's very thin, but it's just a long wingspan, and it is the sun, Azra, in the center of the wingspan. I was like, damn, did was that a transition from my aunt to the sun? I don't know why that never occurs to me. Damn. Are you telling me I'm going to look through 3 books and still cannot find it once and it's so pervasive? What the hell? Anyway, I guess I'm going to. This is a version of it, but I'm talking about the straight wingspan, right? With the circle in the middle, right? This is a version of it. Y'all might not even be able to see it that good, but right here in the crypt, you see how it's across the top and the sun is kind of atop it? It's that symbol, but the one that looks exactly like the Ma'at wings, but Ma'at is replaced with just the solar circle, right? So that image of them Egyptian wings was on the top of every door, supposedly breeding an alien. On the corner of Hollywood and Vine, this active, they had sound coming out of it, like you could hear the aliens moving in the mist, and all you could see is like every now and again one would hit the window. This was a fully interactive promo for the Aliens series called Earth. And what was interesting is I watched one episode, and you know how in the Bible, in the last days, they're always talking about this Lamb of God, and you'll see it in a lot of images in about the Revelations, this Lamb of God holding like this staff or something. You feel me? The Lamb in the end or whatever. And he always is pictured like he only has one eye. That Lamb is in this series of aliens. Yep. I said, what am I supposed to be taking away from this? Like, what they trying to say? Because before that TV series came out, guess what else came out? And I kept saying they don't do nothing by accident. The last Alien movie before the series came out was called Romulus. I was like, why they do that? And the dude was like, oh, there's nothing to it. It's just the name of the ship. But why would they name the ship Romulus? Y'all know who Romulus is. Romulus is the fictive, they say he's real or he may not be real. The heavenly twins, the divinely conceived twins between the mama and the god Mars, the god of war. And they conceived twins. It was Remus and Romulus. And Romulus wanted power, and he didn't want to share power, so he killed his brother so that he could become the first ruler of newly born Rome. He is the founder, supposedly, of Rome, Romulus. And you say that's just a coinky-dink that they named the ship Romulus? No, it ain't. Not in this period. Not when the Pope said that for the next 10 years, the global Catholic Church, the primary work of the global Catholic Church is to re-evangelize the earth. That's what he said before his punk ass died. That the role of every Catholic for the next 10 years is to re-evangelize the planet. And then y'all gonna name a movie about aliens? Romulus? Stop playing. Anyway, how did I get on that? Who knows? All right. There were some things that I wanted to read you. I'm going to read you, and then I'm gonna get up off here. No more diversions. Maybe. So this shit is fascinating to me. Not just fascinating because I'm telling you, man, we're on the brink. I can feel it. I can feel it. That once we can see clearly what we have been up against, we can dismantle this whole, because listen, man, if you continue to think that your voting and other people's voting habits and politics is the only reason that you are in the quagmire that you are in, where white supremacist billionaires have literally taken over possession of the state and have used a clown whose full name, Donald John Trump, means God has delivered a victory, or God delivers victory. That's what his name means. And he can goofball and do his little weird dance and all of that dumbass shit he be doing. Strategic and weaponized incompetence. And y'all still think it's just somehow some inherent political weakness of those who have literally, if you don't name the shit right, man, you can't solve it. You can't come to the right conclusions about how to solve it because you cannot even name it right. I mean, at least be honest and say that what we just witnessed was a violent coup. Y'all can't even say that. Y'all would be able to see it clearly anywhere else. But because America has cast such an illusion spell. What do they call? They call them illusion spells? Is that what they call them? Like when girls want to be cuter than they are, like in movies, when they, the girls want to, it's like an illusion spell, right? America has cast such an efficient and effective illusion spell that you can see clearly 1,000 miles, 3,000 miles, 5,000 miles away when a government has been taken over in a violent coup. But you cannot quantify what the fuck happened in November of 2024 as a violent, hostile coup. It was a coup, bitch. It was a coup. Yeah, y'all went and voted, but wasn't it preceded and proceeded by outright violence? By guns, men in masks, beat downs, murders, mass incarceration without cause. Glamour spell. Thank you. Yeah, America done cast a goddamn really radical, really effective goddamn glamour spell. But because behind the mask of that shit, this is the ugliest, most diabolical institution that has ever been conceived on the planet Earth. I don't give a fuck. Anybody else's suffering around the world is directly related to the diabolatry of the United States of America. Wouldn't be no third world. Wouldn't be no such an animal as the third world without the diabolatry centered right here in this monstrous motherfucker. And you will see everything but what is right in front your face. 650,000 black women lose their jobs in 1 year, and you don't call that violence? You don't quantify that as violence. 250,000 people are burnt out of their homes in Los Angeles and greater Los Angeles, and 78% of them are still transient. 78% of the 250,000 people that lost their homes last year, and you do not quantify that as violence. The people who, for whatever, I'm telling you, Elon Musk did it. I don't give a fuck. I ain't got nothing to prove it. But when all of a sudden you see in headlines that say they just found lithium deposits under the mountains of Arkansas and Tennessee and shit that are estimates of the billions of dollars, and a month later, for the first time in the history of Arkansas, a goddamn hurricane. Y'all know where Arkansas is? People like, how the fuck does a hurricane reach all the way to Arkansas and decimate the state? How that happen? In the same place where a month prior, they talking about how they done found these goddamn lithium deposits under the mountains of Arkansas to the tune of billions and billions of dollars. And the impact of these hurricanes, I went home to Alabama 6 months after. Hey man, 6 months. That's bullshit. 6 months after these hurricanes, I lost an earring. 6 months after these hurricanes that flooded the hell out of Arkansas, all the way up into the mountains. And I was in Birmingham, and my homeboy was like, he was talking to this dude. We went to go have breakfast, and the dude stopped him, and he's like, "Man, it's a real sad story about this dude. It was him, his wife, and his baby." I was like, "What? What happened?" He's like, well, his family is one of the people that lost everything in them floods during that hurricane. I said, "What?" I said, "What they doing down here? Arkansas to Birmingham. That's a hot minute, like 6-7 hours." He's like, "Girl, have you not heard?" He said, thousands of people moved to Tennessee, moved to Birmingham, and moved to Atlanta because they lost everything and the government refused repair. You understand? Anyway. This dude staged a coup, used jokes and buffoonery to do it. And your po deluded white counterpart citizenry crying crocodile tears because he lied to us. We just didn't know. But are they telling the truth? They probably telling the truth. There have been too many studies since the 1930s. Too many studies about how you can corrupt through slight, subtle propaganda. What is propaganda? Symbols and secrets and sacred objects hidden in plain sight all the time, every day. And there are studies that have been done to demonstrate how if you show a person a certain set of images over and over and over, subtly, right? In like splicing film, which was huge back then. Splicing film, you know what I'm saying? Shit like that. Hidden messages in music, right? How they did one study, I can't remember the name of it. I'm gonna have to try to find it. But they took 6 weeks splicing film and hiding hidden messages in music, and they played it over this one group, their research group, their experiment group, over and over, the same images and the same sounds embedded in the music every day for 6 weeks. The images and the sounds were they were racist. They were like violently racist. The images were like stereotypical images of like, you know, people with, you know, accentuated characteristics, whatever, racist against all different types of people, right? After 6 weeks of doing this to these people's brains, they think they just watching regular movies and they think they just listening to regular music. Meanwhile, the music and the images are these really fucked up, stereotypical, like racist tropes, right? They prompted them after 6 weeks to sit in a room for an hour and draw pictures that they were prompted to draw. What do you think a 15-year-old Black child looks like? And the images that they saw subliminally, they would draw. They would not attempt to draw the 15-year-old Black child like a person with regular features. They would draw the child with a big old nose or big old ears or big old lips or some Sambo shit or whatever they had been seeing on repeat. That's verbatim what they would draw. And then the psychologist would ask them, why did you draw this picture like this? Is this what you see with your actual eyes when you see a Black person or a Jewish person or a Mexican person? Because they had them draw different people based on the programming in the music and the movies that they watched over the 6 week period of time. And almost 100% of them said, yeah, lately it's weird. Yeah, I'm scared. Like I see them just like I drew them. And so I don't know why y'all act surprised, because we all do that. We all do that in some way or another. We all see something with our actual 2 eyes, and in our brain, we will believe something contrary to what we see with our actual eyes. We will believe something contrary to what we see with our actual eyes. Like when I went to church with my mom, who had been diagnosed with cancer. And the one time I went to church with my mom, and they doing the part of the service where people can stand up and testify what the Lord did for them. And 15, I'm not exaggerating, I couldn't believe it. I said, Mom, what the fuck is going on in Dothan? In a church as small as the one that my mama was going to, 15 people stood up to give a testimony about what the Lord had done for them. And what they were attesting that the Lord had done for them was to save their lives from cancer. But all 15 of them were cancer survivors. The first man that spoke had 3 different types of cancer. 3. I said, Mom, you gotta leave Dothan. I said, what the fuck is happening in this city? That a church of less than 100 people and 15 people have had cancer, or at least stood up to tell their story about, quote, fighting cancer? I said, you gotta get the fuck up out of here. We gotta move you out of here. What the hell is happening? You feel me? So in the mind of these people, they are shouting out Jesus, so because they survived, they fight with cancer. But it ain't occurred to nobody that maybe that nigga caused cancer. Maybe he caused us to have cancer. Maybe he the reason we got cancer. Maybe he is the cause. I just showed you a picture of a stone that for 300,000 years has been a symbol synonymous with life and birth giving. And then these chronic inverters of everything associated with the goddess, with the mother archetype has been inverted, and in an aversion for the life givers, the life creators, the life lovers and shit. What is the inversion? What is the inversion of everything that she creates? Everything that is inverted is her antithesis. It is not just death, because under the goddess, death was not seen as death. Death was not seen as the end. Death was not seen as permanent. It was a celebration, seeding her baby back into the earth so that her baby could live forever in the cycle of life. It becomes death. It becomes moray. It becomes synonymous with all things painful and sorrowful and gnashing and weeping and wailing and never healing. And then all of the stories that go along with it. The reason people can't recover from the trauma of the loss of a loved one is because even if they don't speak it out loud, they still got that shit in the back of their skull. What if they don't go to heaven? What are they going to be punished forever and ever? And I can't talk to them ever again. That's why people are out here fucking sick. To have the person that you love most on earth to transition and be told by the malignancy that you believe in your brain imposed on you since childhood that once you die, it's forever. That once you die, if you did not live a good, pristine, chaste life, with no lust, with no ecstasy, you can't enjoy the flesh, because be not concerned with the things of this earth, and be careful with this lowly ass flesh you walking around in, because it will betray you, and all this flesh is looking to do is ensure you a one-way trip to hell. So everything of the flesh you must ignore. What does it say? If your eye offends you, pluck it out. What does it mean? It means if you lust with your eyes after somebody who good looking, not pursuit, just say, damn, that motherfucker fine, he can get it. You feel me? Pluck your eyes out, because you might as well have committed fornication and adultery because your eyes caused you to lust. Do not rely on your tongue, because both life and death is in the tongue. And all the things, your eyes will betray you, your tongue will betray you, your heart will betray you, your mind. Rely not on your own understanding, because you lowly, and even though you see what you see, I understand something greater. And so even though you see what you see and you see it's fucked up, you feel me? If I tell you the opposing thing, then you have to trust me. Is that not what we witness in real time right now with this mass psychopathy? This mass case of split personalities disorder of a people who have been told since infancy that they are alone, quote, are chosen. And that because they are this peculiar group of people, that everybody on earth hates them and wants to see them suffer. And so just like we Christians are born and baptized into a cult, a murder cult. And a murder cult can only thrive when its adherents are terrified and terrorized into submission. Terrified and terrorized into submission, perpetually fearful, perpetually fearful, even though objectively there's nothing in your daily lived experience that you should be fearful of. You have ensured a consolidation of wealth that allows you and the many children that you have to live very well. You understand? That you can have good friends that you love more than anything on earth right here in the United States who are Black or brown or indigenous or Asian, love and marry them and have children and really, really love them deeply and profoundly. I have witnessed it. And I have been perplexed. Deep and serious, profound, progressive relationships have progressive politics to the extent that those progressive ideas are squarely within the boundaries of the United States. Because as soon as there is an expectation by those you love and who care about your life around you here in the United States, who have always known you as so deeply and profoundly progressive, as soon as you are asked, what is your position on the conflict in Israel and Palestine, they turn into Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I'm like, this shit needs to be studied. Because this is not, in my personal position, this is not some inherent weakness in the humanity of human beings. This shit literally, clinically looks pathological. Literally, clinically looks pathological. And then you look at the diabolical nature of these studies that have been conducted on human beings since the 1920s and 30s about how teaching you how to teach people to see what they do not see and getting them to act accordingly. Getting them to go to, I mean, they're talking right now about people who are IDF soldiers unaliving themselves in mass to be so conflicted that you believe what you believe, but your eyes see what your eyes see, and this be the absolute child ceremonial beheading in real time, where your head and your heart are no longer communicating and your head is literally at war with your heart. This shit need to be studied. Anyway, they ain't the only ones. They ain't the only ones. 88% of, no, 83% of white female registered voters voted for Donald J. Trump. So some white woman out there professing to be progressive, some white women out there in the world progressing to their homies to be progressive, to their Black husband to be progressive, and went right behind that booth and right behind that curtain and did the dirt. They had the statistics come back talking about 83% of registered white female voters voted for Trump. Honey, this is what you call split personalities disorder. to be literally perplexed. We just don't understand what happened. He said he was gonna do this and that, but damn bitch, don't y'all read at all? Anyway, let me get up off of that. Damn. All right, let me get up off of that. There were a couple of things I wanted to read to y'all. Now I'll get the hell up off of here. Anyway, we have to see, because if we are going to change it all, which is what we are required to do, we have to see the thing, know the thing, unveil the thing, reveal the thing to the many, explain the thing that they are seeing, so that the spell on their skull and on their eyes can be undone, and then come to the collective conclusion about how to resolve this shit once and for all. But if you still think that politics is your problem, this ain't a discussion that we can be having. I'm telling you, man, that slavery, the enslavement of black-skinned people for almost 400 years, carried out so ritualistically. And if do you know that in Ifa tradition right now today, if you want to enrage a person, an African person or a person of African descent that is a devotee of Ifa, if you want to enrage them quickly, like ready to fight, and I didn't understand it first. Nobody explained it to me. They just said, don't do that. If you want to enrage a devotee of Ifa, a practitioner of Ifa, quick, call their children kids. I was like, the first time I heard, like, don't fucking call my child no kid. Like that. Like, what? Could you explain this reaction? Because I don't know. I'm still a novice. And with no explanation, man. Nobody ever offered an explanation. So it's just a habit. Kids, whatever, right? And then you start to read about the symbolism, especially the sacrificial symbolism in these world religions that still practice ritual sacrifice, the ritual killing of goats or baby goats, kids, or children as kids. Think I'm lying? And damn, have y'all not been listening to the Epstein files for the last, however the fuck many months? Do you think it's just some bloodlust, some unexplained bloodlust that the elites have? Bitch, it's ritual sacrifice, no different than it was 1,000 years ago, no different than it was 3,000 years ago, no different than it was 6,000 years ago. And what are they sacrificing? Are these random animals that they are choosing to sacrifice? No, these are not random animals. These are animals that are related to our move in the cosmos. Let me tell you why. Let me explain to you why. Because this breakthrough I'm having right this minute. Let me tell you why. Where's that book at? I think it's this one. Let me explain to you. It's this one. Let me explain to you why. Why Moloch, the bull? Why the sacrifice of the bull of heaven? Why the sacrifice of the rooster, which is huge? The cock, the rooster in Ifa tradition. Why the sacrifice of the goat? Why those are the big ones. The rooster, the goat, the bull, the rooster, the goat, the bull. What's another big one? Those are the three big ones. Sometimes a black hen. Yeah, is it this book? I think it's the other one. Yeah, I think it's the other one. I'm about to mess y'all up. It just occurred to me when I was talking to y'all about this astrology. I'd already drawn these. I didn't know I was gonna need them today. All right. This is the last thing I'm gonna do because I'm tired and I've been eyeballing my food ever since it came to the door. Come on now, I just saw these pictures. Is it? Okay. Okay, maybe it's not in that book. So it's got to be in one of these. Oh, here it is. Okay. All right, so I started talking to y'all about this several weeks ago about, as a matter of fact, this picture on the front of this magazine, how we're going to have to walk through it again another day, but how on the front of this magazine, we're always told about the importance of our sun sign. It's like the first thing that y'all can't see it, the glare so bad. Maybe y'all on IG can see it, but you see how the sun placed here in the center, right, is actually got the little crescent moon superimposed on his face. So you see the sun and the moon, right? But as we get into astrology, we realize or are taught about the importance. Ooh, I'm having deja vu so hard right now. Ooh. We're told about the importance of our 3 signs, right? Your sun sign, your moon sign, and your ascendant. But you don't see the ascendant there. So people start talking about like Ophiuchus as the 13th sign, whatever. But because of the nature of the actual constellation, Ophiuchus, right? So from what I understand in terms of this house or this constellation being an anomaly, because at least from our Earth, Ophiuchus appears to move through every single house. That is why it doesn't have its own house, is because it appears to move through every house, just like a serpent is always moving, right? So I was like, okay, if we're thinking about us, our individual self, and we're looking at our individual chart, which is usually like this, where you focus most of your attention on the sun sign, on your solar presentation in the world. Then what are we told about the moon sign? That your moon sign is your shadow side. It's the side that you do not let anybody see. It's your shadow self. It's your emotions. It's those things that you keep everybody from seeing. And your ascendant, they tell you, is not what you project, your sun sign, how you project in the world, right? But how people see you. That's what we're told. Your ascendant is how the world sees you, right? But what if it's deeper than that? Because essentially, what we're being told by these, quote, 3 bigs is that we too, like Jesus, we too, like the Trinity, God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit, we too are actually a triune being. That if you think about your 3 big signs as your Trinity self, right? Your sun, your moon, your ascendant, right? And thinking about the nature of the entire astrological chart. I showed y'all a picture earlier today. I'm going to show it to you again. And I talked to you about it at nauseum when we were talking about the cult of Sol Invictus last week. I'll show you a picture again, though, and put it within the context of what we're talking about right now, right? So where is that picture? No, not that one. This one. So I'm going to have to big it up. Okay, so see in this picture, Jesus is the sun. Oh, hold on. Okay. So Jesus is the sun, right? He is the sun where? He is the sun in Pisces. What is this little thing called? Vesica Pisces. The vessel of the fish. See, this is the sun solar deity in Pisces. In Vesica Pisces, in the mouth of the fish. So what are these four beasts of the apocalypse doing on all four sides of him? And what are the beasts of the apocalypse? A man child with a bird body, right? An eagle, obviously with a bird body, and a bull with a bird body, and a lion with a bird body. Sometimes it's a bear or a lion with a bird body. Why are these four beasts rocking with him? Somebody tell me why these four beasts, the beast of the apocalypse, why they on all four sides of him? What do they represent? These four beasts of the apocalypse. That's in almost every picture I'm gonna show you of Jesus. It's easy. It's not. It's real. I promise. It's not a complicated question. Because this image of Jesus with the four beasts of the apocalypse represents the four significant presentations of the sun, the sun, in each one of these signs. The sun in Aquarius, the sun, the eagle represented in the ancient world. Damn, I forget. What sign did the eagle represent in the ancient world? I'm tripping. I'm really tripping. Scorpio, thank you. Goddamn. Okay. So damn. So yes. All right. So Scorpio, the sun in Leo, the sun in Taurus. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Hold on. I gotta check something. 15. Hold on. Just rock with me. Okay, hold on. Sorry. Hold on. There's something. Let's see. Okay. Do. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Hmm. Hmm. Is that? Yeah, sorry, 61. It doesn't say. Ah, okay. 100. Sorry. 100. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Um. Hmm. Hmm. Uh-huh. Damn. Hmm. Okay, it says, interesting. All right, I'm just going to read the section on eagles. Okay, it says eagle. The eagle was sacred to ancient sky gods like Zeus and Jupiter, and thus became a totem sign for Roman emperors and of imperial power generally. The soul of each Roman emperor was supposed to be incarnate in an eagle. Um, at an emperor's funeral, an eagle was released above his pyre. This was supposed to carry the imperial soul to heaven, just as the eagle carried the young Ganymede up to Zeus. Each Roman legion carried eagles as military standards. Germanic emperors of the Holy Roman Empire inherited the eagles of the Caesars, which became their heraldic signs. The double headed eagle became a symbol of Germany, Austria, Russia, and the Turkish rulers during the Crusades because of a misunderstanding on archaic prototype. On golden fibulae from Macedonia, two eagles leaned against one another, and looked in the opposite direction. Like the Egyptian lions of today and yesterday, a keru, representing the passage of time, past and future. Later confusion between the image and its meaning gave rise to a single eagle with two heads. Eagles were traditionally associated with lightning, fire, and the sun, as well as the hero who, like Prometheus, was brought down fire from heaven for the benefit of humanity. Prometheus offended the heavenly Father by doing so, and a similar story was told of one of his predecessors, Zu, the storm bird, a Sumerian version of the lightning eagle. Ironically, this is probably also an earlier version of Zeus himself. The Greeks believed eagles could control the lightning, so they nailed eagles to the peaks of temples to deflect lightning bolts. Damn. Thus, their pediments were called a atois, eagles. This may have inspired the mythic image of Prometheus chained to a mountain. Ezekiel's four-faced creature, composed of an eagle, lion, bull, and a man, was piously interpreted as prophesying the four evangelists. But the original biblical description was copied from the fabulous. Copied from the fabulous composite beasts of Assyria, who represented the four seasons of the year. Fabulous beasts, composite beasts of Assyria, who represented the four seasons of the year. Each was sacred to an element, the eagle, naturally standing for the realm of air. Damn, I really want to finish this, but I gotta go. I'm tired. I'm sleepy. I'm hungry. But let me just say this. Okay, so I was talking about the eagles, the four horsemen, the four beasts of the apocalypse. The four beasts of the apocalypse are the SUN in his presentation in each one of those houses or signs. But walk with me, and then I'm gonna get up off here. But if let me show you like this. So I have three different charts drawn, right? Because each one of us, as the SUN, let me take this off share. Okay, so each one of us, right, as the SUN, right? If we are presenting in this time as the SUN. So think about let's talk about the American chart, right? So let's talk about this one. So this is like the solar astrology, the sun in the center, moving around the world with the homies, with the 12 homies. Okay. This is the relationship of the sun in each one of the homies is an aspect of himself, is a presentation of himself. This is the sun and how he behaves in the Cancer part of his life, and how he behaves in the, Leo part of his life, and how he do. Like, this is the sun and his presentation in the world, moving through all of these highs and lows and presentations and changes and evolutions or whatever. This is my theory, okay? But we are always from birth taught to see ourselves as the sun moving through the world. And I had this idea because what we're told about this moment and why so many people are having a hard time, quote, understanding which sign we actually have moved into, which sign we are actually in, because for 2,150 years, we have been told that we are in the sign of Pisces. And what is the we? We collectively as the sun in Pisces. But in the precession of the equinoxes, our relationship to the houses is based on a geocentric and earth-centered perspective of our move through each of these houses, not a solar-centered understanding. Yes, we revolve around the sun. That is true. But our relationship traveling through the Milky Way galaxy in the opposite direction, as a matter of fact, is based on our planet's vernal equinox. That's how we know from sign to sign or eon to eon every 2,150 years. And so they deliberately fucked up our ability to know where we are in time. One, they added 5 days to every year since 325 AD. that is going to throw off our ability to look at these stars and say we are exactly at this place in history, this time in history. And when I say in history, I'm talking about in the Milky Way galaxy, right? And the other thing is because we still talk about the perception of the equinoxes from the perspective that the sun is the center of our procession through the equinox. But we have two other signs. Minimally. Two other presentations through which these characters can move through these houses. What do I mean by that? My live on IG is about to go off in 9 seconds. So when they close it out, I'll bring up another fresh live because they do that for some reason. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna wrap this up. So Earth, right? So when we talk about matriarch, the age of the matriarch, the age of patriarchy, and so on and so forth, could this articulation partly be because we have gone from a geocentric understanding of our move through the Milky Way galaxy to a heliocentric understanding of our move through the Milky Way galaxy? Yes, Earth is heliocentric, just like every other planet in this solar system that revolves around the sun. But multiple things can be true at the same time. Earth is also geocentric in its travel through the Milky Way galaxy, right? So this is why I drew these 3 pictures, and then I'm gonna go. What if what they hid from us, the quote great, like Copernicus, I think is the one that came up with the theory. It was either Galileo or Copernicus that convinced the church, after being tried for heresy, to shift the collective understanding from geocentrism to heliocentrism, right? But it was this way or that. It was splitting, you know what I'm saying? Not that, yes, we've been functioning on a geocentric understanding of the calendars, but we're actually rotating around the sun. He didn't say it's both things. He said it's either or. And so now you become a lunatic if you're talking about a geocentric understanding of your revolution through the heavens, because everybody knows the earth revolves around the sun. Yes. But our understanding of where we are in the Milky Way galaxy, in the precession and the backwards motion, in the counterclockwise, in the clockwise precession of the equinoxes. So yeah, in the clockwise precession of the equinoxes, nobody can tell us. All these astronomers, all these astrologers, all these types of astrology, and nobody can agree on which age we are in and where the fuck we are in heaven. Nobody can agree. Do the research. Everybody got a version of where the fuck they think we might be in our own galaxy. We in the age of Aquarius. Nope, we are entering into the age of Gemini. Nope, we actually in the age of Taurus. How can the Mayans have predicted to, what did they say? To a 0.01 precision the winter solstice of December 21 of 2020 to a 0.01 degree of accuracy, but we don't know where the fuck we at in the sky with all these computer programmings and mappings of the universe, and can't nobody agree about where the hell we are in our own galaxy. Can't nobody agree. Feel me? Why? Because these men spent all these years manipulating time and space to ensure that we do not know where we are in time. And so I'm saying, what if, because we are not, our place in the Milky Way galaxy is not solar centric, it is geocentric. And as the Earth, we have three, we are a triune being as the Earth. We have a lunar personification, which history tells us that we abided by, right? Those periods long before patriarchy, when the calendar was a lunar-based calendar and the societies were lunar-based societies. And so up until that time, she was the center of how we moved, and the personification of each character as a lunar-facing character in Aries and in Gemini and Cancer, and on and on and on and on and on. And then when we transitioned from the lunar phase of this period in human history to the patriarchal phase of human history, right? Predictable transition from lunar-centered societies to solar-centered societies. And what happened? The personification of the behavior of the sun in these different houses looks different. It's no longer cool and safe and life-giving and affirming and nurturing and practice and daily reverence and shit. Now it is hot. It is radical. It is destructive, just like the nature of the sun. So every solar deity hero you ever read their story about, when they quote traveling through the houses, what are they doing? With every character that they come into contact with in the solar movement through the houses, they slaying everything. They kill the bear of heaven. They kill the lion of heaven. They kill all the serpents everywhere the serpent appears. They kill the serpent of heaven. They kill Samson, kills Delilah. Like every solar sun hero, they kill the bull of heaven. They kill the peacock, Icarus. They kill the peacock. When we transitioned in our move through the procession of the equinoxes, the stories changed, because it is this face, it is our sun self collectively that is the personification of our move as Earth, sun facing Earth, moving through the procession of the equinoxes. And so that's why the stories, even in Aztec society, even in Mayan society, all these societies where all of a sudden all of the deities were lunar deities, goddess deities, birth giving and birth sustaining deities, all in worship of the moon. And then we transition from the lunar presentation to the solar presentation. And so the solar presentation, just like Lao Tzu said, the sun unanchored by the mother is always destructive. That's why every single solitary story of every single solitary solar deity, all of them are destructive. Mithras slaying the bull of heaven. All of what's his name? Akhenaten in Egypt, murdering all the gods to erect the sun god as not only the supreme, as the only. The damage, not in people's brain, the damage that the short rule of Akhenaten did to the actual terrain, to the land, to the processes, to the whole kingdom. Him erecting in people's consciousness the sun above the great black mother of existence had an impact not only in people's skulls, baby. The impact on these skulls had an impact on the actual environment around them and relationships among them. And so here we are in what Christians call the age of the last Adam, the last solar deity, biatch, the last solar presentation of Earth. Okay? So what is to come next? Because the other thing, I don't know how to factor in here because I'm not an astrologer. It's me just trying to work out some shit from all the things that are coming from these different places, understandings, and shit. You feel me? There's something else missing in here because we are always taught about the importance of these three personifications. We as triune beings with our sun sign and our moon sign and our ascendant, right? But the one thing I can't factor into this equation is that while, yes, we had a long dance and walk in the lunar personification as Earth, lunar-centered practices of Earth, but not all societies had lunar-centered calendars and societies. For example, the Mayan culture, they were a Venus. Their calendar, what we call the Mayan calendar, and we think that is the sun in the center of the Mayan calendar. That is Venus. That's Venus in the center of the Mayan calendar, of the Aztec calendar. They were Venus-centered societies, and I mean their agriculture was centered around the rising and setting of Venus. Venus as the morning sun. Venus as the morning star and Venus as the evening star. Everything in their society revolved around around centering the peculiar relationship between Venus and Earth as, quote, twin planets. That shit blew my mind. I saw it at the damn Getty Museum. It blew my mind, right? They weren't the only Venus-centered society. Because we talk about lunar goddesses all the time. But it occurred to me the other day, like, motherfucker, we be talking about Venus all the time. We be talking about Venus all the time. Oshun is Venus. Aphrodite is Venus. Venus is Venus. Who else? Inanna is Venus. Ashtoreth is Venus. Hell, the goddamn Islamic flag is literally the symbol of Venus. So I'm still trying to work it out. I don't know. But I know that Venus is the center of so many of the mythological stories from every culture. Oshun is considered the chief witch as quote, Venus. Her stories, Venus, Oshun, is said to be responsible for the destinies of every living being, that even the Orisha, the 400 other Orisha themselves were given their destinies by Oshun. So that is some heavy symbolism about how important and how central Venus, the planet Venus, has been in these global mythologies that we have just been talking hardcore about lunar-centered, calendars, but this dissection that we make between, quote, the time-keeping mechanism that's the calendar, and what does that mean in terms of the mythologies associated with these periods that don't match. And if this solar presentation that we are transitioning out of, if it is actually Pisces, right? If we are transitioning out of this solar presentation of the sun in Pisces, aka Jesus, and they telling us that we about to transition into the age of Aquarius, or we in the age of Aquarius, but this Piscean personification of the sun is the last Adam according to Christianity, then what does this mean? That our new personification, which would make sense, that our new face, that our new personification in the first time in 25,000 years, where all 5 of the outer planets are in air or fire signs. What is air and fire? Rapidly moving, not fixed, always on the go, sharp, radical, quick changes. For the first time in 25,000 years, all of the outer signs are all in fire or air. What does this mean? Does this mean that as the last Adam, the solar presentation of the earth as one, that we are transitioning out of that presentation into the next of our triune spirits or presentations as us as the serpent, us as the ascendant, us as Ophiuchus, moving now through the great year, which would be 25,000 years, right? Because it takes 2,150 years to move through each house, going this way, through each house in the procession of the equinoxes. We have just closed out in 2012, the Mayan calendar, December 21st, 2012, we closed out a great year, a 25,000 year. We have moved all the way through all the houses. So we are in the first year of a new great year, which is 25,000 years. Who are we collectively? What is our presentation in the world? Are we Ophiuchus as our triune being self, not just individually, but as the earth as one? Is this going to be what defines our next 25,000 years? Is the presentation of the great serpent in each one of these houses? And what will her relationship be to each one of these houses? Ophiuchus as the healer, Ophiuchus as the serpent bearer and the light bearer, Ophiuchus as the healer of the last period. I don't know. I'm pulling at straws because I'm trying to make some shit work in my head. These mythologies were never meant to be separate from the calendrical understanding of how we move through the universe. They are to give us hints and clues. The stories, the so-called mythologies, the so-called fictions are anthropomorphized reminders that if anything happens with your clock, like these motherfuckers done did, if anything happens with your perception of time, you can always look up and see exactly where you are if you know how to read what you're looking at. You feel me? And so even the split in people's consciousness, how it blows my mind, how so many modern astrologers say, I don't know the mythology associated with this event coming up. I was like, it seemed to me like that would be a natural thing that happens. They're like, no, I don't get it. One of these days, I'm going to take myself to astrology school and learn the science and the mathematics of this shit, because I feel like we're on the precipice of a breakthrough. But we have to recognize who we are and where we are in real time in order to stage a contest, in order to understand the medicine, the remedy that will end our collective suffering once for all. We cannot create a treatment protocol if we do not have the adequate and accurate information that helps us to deliver an adequate and accurate diagnosis for the shit. And I'm gonna promise you, even with the limited information that I got, I promise you, I guarantee you that it is not a failure of the political process that has us in the quagmire that we in, boo. I promise you that. It is not because 1% of the population did not vote. I promise you that is not the diagnosis. That I can guarantee with the limited information that I have. Shit. So, and I can also tell you this, that even while we are trying to come up with a accurate diagnosis that will allow us to quickly remedy our collective circumstances, I can tell you that without even having all the information, a good place to start is to upraise in exaltation the fucking bodies and presence of the perpetually made invisible mother walking among you as God reduced to nothing. I can guarantee you that. That's a good starting point. Start worshiping the mother in the flesh, bitch. Not ceremonially to some abstract whatever the fuck. No, start worshiping the goddess, the mother in the flesh. And I can promise you, these breakthroughs, these pew, 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 these you'll have them too. You'll have them too. She's like, yes, she's listening. Oh Oh my gosh, she got to bang her in the head with another thing. Oh, she on the, yes, give it to her right now. I'm telling you, my mind stay blown. Every day, all day, my mind stay blown. Stay blown. Mm-hmm. Now I'm gonna get up off here. Let me read some of y'all. Ancient mamas, this comment that you made, yeah, I heard somewhere they use the universal law of polarity, and they have to balance their evils with the innocence of children in order to continue to reign on this earth. Everything that the son gone rogue, everything, if in his mind, that's why this piece by Barbara Moore is so important in The Great Cosmic Mother. Those 3 chapters on the sun conquers the Dark Mother, the Olympian god, and the sun as father, or something like those 3 chapters. Man, they are crystal clear. It don't leave no room for confusion. It is crystal clear the way her pen just spills a visually accessible understanding of human history in this transition from the agrarian age to the age of war, and how food played a huge role in the transition from generally peaceful societies to warring and warrior societies. It's brilliant what she did. It's brilliant. And then pure lust, because Mary Daly wasn't on no goddess shit. Mary Daly was like, all this shit is corrupt. If you need goddess shit to make it make sense in your head, fine. She's like, but we got a contest to stage, and we know exactly who it is we got to stage this contest with. There ain't nothing that is yeah, there ain't nothing that's unclear about that. Ain't nothing that's unclear about that. And they own Bible say, well, let me go. I'm gonna go. I'm not feeling right in the head. I've been up on here now for 7 hours today. I gotta been thinking about trying to find a way. I don't know, maybe like using AI or something to like feed some of these notes in there to make like study cards or something to make this shit like easier. Books are great, but you see how my books look, and I'm still having to search through this thing. You see all my books look like that. I'm like, damn. When I was in grad school, especially for shit like medicine, shit that you just have to see it a million times and say it out loud a million times and to get it to stick. So I'll show you. This is one. I know this looks crazy, but this is one set of the study cards that we, had to purchase. This box of study cards corresponded with one of our acupoint books, like listing all the points, what each point does, what its name is. Like, let me read one. So you see that? So maybe not nothing obviously this extensive. This glare on here is crazy on YouTube. I don't know why I be glaring like that. But anyway, you see that's the study cards for just one book, for just one of our textbooks called what is it? Complimentary something, whatever. The manual of acupuncturist can. But anyway, so let me just pull one card out. So we'll do a lung card, right? So this is lung 1. And so you see on the front, it shows you the location of the point, how to locate the point, like how to use your fingertips and the links of your finger to locate the point, right? At the bottom, how to needle the point. Do you need it lit straight down? Do you needle it at an angle? The depth that you can needle it. Then it tells you about the point itself. So lung 1 is also called Zong Fu, lung 1, which means middle palace. And then it is a front move point of the lung, a meeting point of the lung and spleen channels. Needling, depth, contraindications, cautions. What are the actions? It disseminates and descends lung qi and alleviates cough and wheezing. It transforms phlegm, clears heat, regulates water passages, and descends stomach qi. Clinical application means what Western pathologies can it be used to treat. Primarily used for excess pathogenic factors obstructing the lung, cough, coughing of turbid phlegm, coughing blood and pus, asthma, wheezing, fullness and oppression of the chest, and chest pain. Also can be used in such patterns that are accompanied by congestion of the nose, throat, or swelling of the face. Do, right? So, and I started, I made cards for myself that I studied with. I've shown them to you before. I want to perfect them, but they were more for the 5 elements study, the 5 element studies of each of the body organs. But these, I have like 3, 4 different boxes like this, for different aspects of the medicine. So this is just acupuncture points, indications, location, and how to use and apply them, and also adjunctive therapies. And then there are others about like diagnostics, how to diagnose, how to take tongue and pulse, whatever. Then there's another box that's what are the herbs? Because there are herbs. The way you learn herbs formula, and individual herbs is the herbs will have actions of specific points. Isn't that fascinating? There are herbs that when you read the herb, like the Materia Medica, it'll say this herb has the same impact as lung 11 or lung 9. This herb behaves like this acupuncture point. Fascinating shit. So anyway, it's a lot to learn. You feel me? And so I was like, damn, all this shit that we're learning, all the shit that I'm teaching you while I'm learning it in real time. I'm like, this should be helpful. I need flashcards. I'm like, can I, because I ain't going to do it like just fresh by rote off my skull. That ain't going to happen. I was like, damn, I wonder if I can just plug in all these notes scattered all over the place and it make flashcards for me. Like, can AI do shit like that? I don't know. Can AI do some shit like that? I don't know. But anyway, like maybe I can read into the AI all of my notes and I say, this is the flashcards that I want. I want them to do D, and it do it. I don't know. But that would be awesome. Somebody who is tech savvy like that, please let me know. Because I need study cards. This shit crazy. I look like an innocent person with notebooks piled up high with notes in 30 notebooks at any given time. So anyway, yeah. And obviously it would not be anything this extensive, though it could be. These here flashcards was, fuck, how much was these cards? Like $220 or some shit. It was like $220 for the cam cards. There's Machiocha cards, cam. These shits was like $200. They were probably a little more than that actually, but yeah. Yeah. So, I don't know. Just been thinking a lot because the study is awesome, but I find it much more chaotic than I'm accustomed to. And I was like, I need flashcards. I need to make flashcards. Like dope ass, like look like Oracle card style, but functioning as teaching tools. You know what I'm saying? Like our Kali deck that I'm always reading from, like something fine and fresh and dope looking like that, but like actually like based on like lessons, specific topics that I'm teaching, something like that. Anyway, anybody got any idea? Let me know. I'm up out of here. Let's see. I use AI to help me with lesson planning. Ooh, that sounds lovely. My Virgo self just woke up a little bit. I need to know how to do that. Thank you, Cassandra. May you rest and rejuvenate. Do. Thank you, everybody. I'm up out of here. I'm tired. 7 hours today. 7 hours today with y'all. So y'all might not hear from me for a couple of days. Maybe Sunday if you lucky. But 7 hours today. It's like 6 hours the day before that. I was up on here for a little bit yesterday. I taught a lecture on Monday for 2.5 hours and then jumped right up on here with y'all for 6 hours. I'm through for the week. I'm done. I'll talk to y'all later though. And email me, let me know how you feeling. I know it seems like I'm all over the place, but let me know how you're thinking about these machinations happening in my head. Am I off base? Do I need to pivot in another direction? Give me your feedback. I read every email. So peace to you all. Have a great night. I can't believe it's 10 o'clock. I'm about to lay up in here and veg out on something dumb on TV, and I will see y'all later. All right, peace.